Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for YETI Live Camp Day 2022. We're so happy that you're here, and we can't wait for everything we have in store today. We're going to start off with a commercial about the YETI program just to share a little bit more about it. All right, good morning again, and thank you for bearing with us. We, like I said, are very happy to have you here and very happy to have your patience as we sort some things out behind the scenes. So I'd like to start off our day with our land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, traditional meeting grounds, gathering place, and traveling route to the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. We also would like to acknowledge that this month is Pride Month. YETI is a safer space for all. We're happy to celebrate Pride this month and all year long. Welcome. Whether you are watching this live right now or you're watching the replay, we would love to see your comments. Drop us a hello, give us a little wave, and we are happy to chat with you. We have Sue back at the office moderating our comments, so she will be chatting back and forth with you, and I will be happy to say hello as well. So we are excited to have you here and excited for what's in store for today's events. I already said that one. So today we're going to be doing 2 giveaways. So our first giveaway is going to be a little Easter egg giveaway. So when you see that little Easter egg appear twice today, you will want to head over to our secret Instagram post and comment what was happening or what we were talking about when those Easter eggs showed up on the screen. So keep your eye out for that. The giveaway is open to Alberta residents in the senior high age. So grade 10s to 12 can enter that giveaway. And our second giveaway is our Instagram story giveaway. So if you are watching us right now, show us where you're watching Live Day from. Post on your story, tag us, and tag some friends who would also love YETI Live Camp Day. So if you are here and you're not sure what YETI is, I'm very happy to explain. If you know about YETI, thanks for being here and learning more. So YETI is the Young Entrepreneurs Training Initiative. It's ran for years out of Stony Plain and is open to students in the Leduc County, Brazeau County, and Parkland County area. Students in senior high, so grade 10, 11, and 12, with a business idea. So it's a free summer business training program. And this summer, students are able to apply for an award up to $500 and use that towards their business and receive business coaching as well. So we're always happy to chat about YETI. If you head over to our Instagram at YETICFCR, you can learn more details, check out our website, and check out some behind the scenes from today. So first off, I want to thank the team at Strong Coffee Marketing for hosting us for the second year in a row and for dealing with all of my last minute requests that kind of came out of my panic mode yesterday. So shout out to Brian, who is over here, who is helping with kind of with the technical side of things. And then we have Ian over here, who is just making sure everything's running smoothly. And I'd also like to shout out Yasher, who has provided us with all of the graphics for today. So this event is live, meaning, like you might have already seen, things are going to happen the way that they happen. If we lose connection, we will be back shortly, and we would just say, don't panic. We will be panicking here, but we would not want you to panic at home. So just hang tight and we will be back shortly. We appreciate your understanding around the nature of a live event, and we just hope that you can give our team a little bit of grace today. So I am Amanda Durand. I am the projects officer at Community Futures Capital Region. I am back for my 4th summer working on the YETI program. I am the summer student for the amazing nonprofit organization. I'm happy to be your host and to have the opportunity to share some amazing entrepreneurs with you today. If you have any questions or comments throughout the day, like I said, please feel free to drop those in the comments below, and someone from our team will be happy to answer those for you. And if you're watching this in the replay and you have a question, feel free to message us on Instagram to ask that question there. So today we have a series of rules that we thought were important to share with our young entrepreneurs. So we were super fortunate to work with Ben with these rules. So Ben Lotz is a real estate agent with the Good Real Estate team, and he answered our call once again. He brought the energy and he brought the fun side of things for the day to tell us some rules about entrepreneurship. So we have 4 that we're going to be listing throughout the day, and we have 2 bonus rules that we share on a PDF document, which can be found on our website. Our website is youryeti.ca. So shout out to Ben. Thank you so much for helping us with those rules, and we hope that you guys enjoy them as much as we did. We want to talk about our sponsors who made this day possible. So big shout out to our sponsors. I want to thank Elements Health, located in Spruce Grove, PK Ford, located in Leduc, the town of Stony Plain, and Brazeau County for making YETI possible. Shout out to Community Futures Capital Region and the team for facilitating YETI and for hanging out back at the office, making sure things run smoothly for Live Day. Hi, Adam. Hi, Sue. And everyone say hello to Emily behind the camera, who is catching our behind the scenes moments and sharing them on Instagram. I'm sure you're all greeting everyone in the comments. So follow us along on our Instagram at YETI CFCR to follow us along there. Later today, I'm going to be having Brian join us on camera to help me facilitate some of the rules, as well as just help our day run smoothly. So you'll be seeing Brian soon. But first off, we're going to be hearing from Tanya. So Tanya Woods Richardson is the CEO of Nail the Numbers, and she is going to be sharing with us how to run the financial side of your business. She's going to be doing a cash flow canvas with us. We're super excited, super honored to have her join us today, and I hope you enjoy her as much as we do. So thank you, Tanya. We are so excited to learn more. Hi everyone. Thank you for bearing with us. Once again, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Maybe it's that Wi-Fi out in Saskatchewan where Tanya's joining us, but we are working on it and we'll be happy to bring the broadcast back to you when it is working. Thank you to Tanya for hanging out while we figure this out, and thank you to all of you guys. So we are going to pivot here and we're going to join Tanya on an Instagram live. So if you go check out her Instagram, her username is at nail the numbers. which is up on the screen there. You can watch her presentation on Instagram Live. So just switch over to Instagram, and then when Tanya wraps up her presentation, we'll meet you back here.
Here, this is how it's set up. I wonder if we just do it this way. What if Amanda sits there?
Yeah, we could do that. So
Femi sits over
Femi
here.
sits over here.
Yeah, we're switching your seat.
Okay, so in the Femi, you'll be in this
Oh,
one.
and the reason you're gonna sit there is if you see the card that is right now, it's maybe underneath the screen. So you sit
So
there.
we're in the next chair. Who you are. And then.
Cool of that when you're sitting there.
Hi. Nice to meet you all. That's awesome.
And then eventually,
You guys are good.
we're okay.
Yeah.
Live in the studio is fun.
How long have you guys been doing this? How long have you been marketing? Oh, okay.
We're marketing.
Oh, nice.
During COVID, this is our board. During COVID, we were known to, obviously, for example,
Yeah.
Ian, how many times have you been here since March 12th? I think I've been here for work, maybe about 5. I come here with my kids to watch movies on the wall.
Oh, that's nice.
But for work, I bet you I've been here 5
Yeah.
times since 2020.
Yeah, I came in a lot at the start because we were still in our old house. Because she had one table, my wife was a table. So
Okay.
there was like 6 kids running around. So when I was on video calls all day, it wasn't ideal.
Oh.
All right, well, hello again. We are back here in the studio live. So we were so thankful for Tanya being able to hop on an Instagram live to do her presentation there. So we will be uploading that to our Instagram page, and I would highly, highly recommend you to watch that there. So thank you, Tanya. Big shout out to Nail the Numbers. It was such a great presentation, and I think everybody should watch that there. So thank you again to Tanya. We're going to roll out our first rule, and Brian and I will chat about that rule after that. So we will see you shortly.
Rule 1. Don't be a hero. Listen, there's so many opportunities for you to be the big business owner and make all of the money, or if you're trying to make money. But the thing is, this is really hard. And you've got the weight of people on your shoulders. You've got the weight of clients on your shoulders. You've got the weight of yourself on your shoulders. And really easily and really quickly, you can find yourself in a little hole feeling like you're worthless and you feel like you're alone. Don't be a hero. Reach out to people. Have people around you that can help you out, because you will feel like a failure. You'll feel like you can't do this, and you need your girlfriend or your fiance or your mom and your dad or your friends around you just to be like, hey, you'll be okay. And sometimes that's all we actually need to hear.
All right, so that was our first rule.
Yeah.
Rule number 1.
Rule number 1, don't be a hero.
Don't be a hero. All right, so we heard Ben talk a little bit about how running a business is hard.
It is, and I can tell you from somebody that does it, it's very hard. And I think when he talks a little bit about it can really affect your well-being, that's the big thing, that sometimes it's really hard to separate your business from family and friends and hobbies. And we joke all the time here at our agency, we don't really have any hobbies anymore. So it's probably not the right way to do it, but I 100% hear what he says.
Totally. So I know I'm at the point with my little side hustles that they're like, what are your hobbies? And I'm like, my businesses.
Yeah, sleeping.
Yeah. When I'm not doing my business, you can catch me catching some Z's or anything else that I can do with my spare time. But it's important to remember that you have that group of people that you can rely on, your friends and your family. And I think it's important to kind of give yourself like a day off.
Yeah, 100%. And on the weekends, there might be the odd time you have to put in a little bit of work, but you do have to put aside some time to just sit back and not worry about your phone or your computer or whatever the case may be. And I know some people, they think it's counterintuitive because in a business, you're trying to make money and get business, but you can't do business if you're burnt out. So.
Absolutely. I can definitely agree with that. So that was our first rule. We'll be hearing 3 more from Ben throughout the day, and we have that upload on our website at yourYETI.ca, so you can read more about those rules there. But we are super excited to get into our next presentation, and no hiccups here. We have our presenter in studio.
I can see her. She's right over here.
She's right over there. So we are super honored to have Nifemi join us in studio, and she's going to share a little bit more about what she's talking about. So stick around for Nifemi's presentation. You're not going to want to miss it. All right, well, here we have Nefemi, like I said, joining us in studio. We are so honored and blessed to have you here. So I can talk for days about everything you do and how amazing I think you are, but we would be here for too long. So why don't you take it away, tell us a little bit about yourself, and share a little bit about what you're going to be talking about today.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Nefemi, and I am the founder of Styled by Nif. We specialize in brand styling and editorial styling, and our work is rooted in community design, community empowerment, styling, and storytelling. So we work with fashion designers, publications, and agencies to bring forth a high-performing fashion look for editorial look. So yeah, that's kind of what I do. And today I'll be speaking on, highly effective mindset in pursuing your dreams, pursuing your businesses, and how to stay strong. Because at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, it's a long game, right? So it's like, how can we still have the balance with the financial part, the business part, but also tying it in with a strong mindset to ensure that you don't give up along the road. So that's what I'll be talking about today.
Awesome. Well, let's get into it. I'm excited to learn from you and learn more because I need some healthy habits in my life. So, all right. Take it away.
So the first thing I'll talk about is knowing your worth and valuing your vision, right? So as a creative myself, the most important thing is understanding why I began, why I wanted to be a stylist. So for me, it was that, I love dressing people up, I love dressing myself, and I love making people feel confident about, what they wear and how they look and present themselves to the world, right? So when you know and understand, okay, this is why I'm starting, it will help you better, not get away from stray away from your path, right? So understanding your why will keep you on track, and valuing your vision will ensure that, okay, regardless of what the marketplace throws at me, what other people throw at me, I'm focused, right? I will even quote a thing from Emmanuel Edouardsi. He's the author of Dream Like a Child, Execute Like a Pro. And he says, a vision is your genuine idea of success. And success is having a genuine confidence of your present and future. So when you're confident in your vision, you're more equipped to achieve your goals, right? So that's what I would say towards that, is knowing your why and having a strong value in the vision and the things that you want to accomplish. The second thing I would say is finding your community. Community is so important because it positions you to progress more easily, right? So I always say find people who are like-minded, So let's say you want to become a stylist or graphic designer or photographer, join a club that helps you develop those skills, or go photo walk with your friends who are also wanting to be want to be photographers as well, right? So it's important to surround yourself with people who think the same as you. They may not have to do the exact same thing, but they will motivate you along the way, right? And the second thing is finding mentorship, right? Mentorship is so important. That's why I feel like Community Futures is a great place to develop your skills. Because even myself, I went through a series of mentorship with Sue, and that was a great experience because it helped me realign my vision, helped me realign my goals towards the things I want to achieve, the services I want to provide to help my community, right? So when I say mentorship, I would say look at it in a strategic manner, right? So you want to look for a mentor who has time for you, right? Because we're all busy people. We're all busy people. So you want somebody who dedicated in their business to dedicate the time to help you nurture your skills and whatnot, and looking for somebody who has you in their best interest, right? So you don't want somebody who gives you bad advice or who has ulterior motives towards you. No, that's not good. You want somebody who's really there for you, right? And I would also say that finding mentors with different knowledge and experts in the field that you want to pursue. So for myself, I have a stylist mentor. Her name is Brianna Wise, and she has years of experience styling Sony, Under Armour, and celebrities. So she's based in the US. So I have her as my stylist mentor, and she has that teachable ability, because not everybody who's good at their skills can teach it, right? So you want to find somebody who's able to teach you the skills that you're wanting to learn. So yes, I have a stylist mentor, I have a financial mentor, and I also have like a life mentor that helps me kind of better make good decisions when things get tough, right? So I would say definitely when you're looking for a mentor, try to, look into those 3 factors, right? And the next thing I would say, the third habit I would say would be good to develop is being a good planner. Because you cannot succeed in business, in any business, if you don't plan well. Like the famous Benjamin Franklin says, like if you fail to plan, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? So that's a very common saying in society. It's like, you know what, I need to plan my business accordingly. I need to make sure, okay, I have the marketing down. I have like, if you're producing something, let's say you know who your suppliers are, how you're gonna get your resources, and the strategy of how you go about your services or the things that you want to produce or sell to people. So it's very important to have those like at the very start. So once you have your vision, you understand, this is what I want to do, your why. Now you need to plan accordingly to ensure that everything is, going smoothly. Yes, there'll be hiccups along the way, but at least you have that plan. But with planning, it's also very important to know when to execute, right? So I feel like there are times where like as a creative myself, I get stuck in like the whole planning, strategizing, learning, and don't actually ever do anything, Like there's like, okay, 6 months ahead of like, okay, I have all these things written out, but it's like, okay, do it. It's time to actually do it. So it's not finding the balance of like, yes, I will plan effectively, strategically, but I also know when it's time to execute those plans, right? So I would definitely say that in executing your plans, you have to keep in mind that you don't want to be stuck in the motion of just, yes, I'm gonna do this and I'll actually produce results, right? And I will quote something from Chris Do. He's a very famous business marketing entrepreneur. And he says, it's not how much you read, it is what you can recall. It is not how much you can recall, it is what you're able to apply. Therefore, read with the intention to apply. So that's why I would say, plan with the intention to execute those plans, right? And the fourth thing I would say, a very good mindset to have is discipline, developing a disciplined mindset, right? Because just like, I'll give this example. I mean, when you start dating somebody, like you're so excited. You're so excited, oh my goodness, new relationship. But eventually that excitement will kind of reduce, right? Same thing goes for starting your business. At the very start, you're like, oh yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. You have your community, you have your mentors, you have the plan. But as you keep going, that excitement is going to go down. So how do I maintain my passion? How do I ensure that I will still, do the things that I said I'm going to do? It's by developing discipline and having diligence in the process, right? So when I say discipline, it needs to be a holistic framework. So you're having a disciplined mindset, disciplined emotions, body, and even spiritually, right? So for example, myself, what I do is that I tell myself I need to accomplish 2 to 3 tasks towards my goal each and every day, right? So that will help me be like, okay, I'm not being stagnant, at least I'm making those small progresses, those small steps to achieving my goals, right? So for a high school student, it could be like, I'm gonna sacrifice my mornings on Saturdays to work on, let's say the planning aspect of my business, or maybe reaching out to certain people, whether it be like, maybe you have a product and you want it to be placed at like certain markets, like vendors, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna reach out to these people. So just taking those small steps and understanding what works for you is really important, right? But discipline is a journey. Like nobody is like 100% like, discipline. It's like every single day you're working on like what balance is in my framework and my lifestyle each and every day, right? So that is something I would definitely advise like young starting entrepreneurs to hone in on, that this is a journey and you need to make up your mind that I am in it for the long run, right? Because there's no such thing as overnight success. There's no such thing as overnight success. You have to be in it and be willing to endure the hardships, because in every business, there's the tears and labor, right? So you need to be okay with that. You need to be comfortable with that, because it does allow you to be more equipped to face bigger challenges, right? So as you're disciplining yourself, you're taking the certain steps and actions towards your goal. And let's say you make a mistake, but you're feeling forward. It's not like, oh, that mistake will make or break you. A lot of times, like, we get stuck in our mindset that, oh, I made this mistake. Oh, I don't want to do it anymore, right? But those mistakes, is like, okay, I've learned that. You know what? If I'm sending an email, it's very good to maybe even have like my name, my logo, or something at the bottom. Maybe you didn't do it the first time, not the second time. It could be that, okay, maybe when I go to networking events, or I need to make sure that I ask certain questions, or keep in mind that I'm not there to just like befriend everybody, but it's like I want to make genuine relationships, right? So you learn through taking action, right? So being disciplined allows you to create an environment for yourself to learn and improve, right? So that's the fourth habit I would say, is to fuel your diligence and to fuel a disciplined mindset and in a holistic framework, right? And finally, this is something as a creative entrepreneur that I over the years have gotten to like have kind of allowed myself to be more, to monitor on a more like, monthly and yearly basis, is strive for excellence, not perfection. Because I feel like in the world where things are moving at such a rapid pace, we want to produce or create at that same pace, whether it be like you're a photographer or graphic designer, or you sell jewelries or whatever it may be. You want everyone to love what you're doing. You want your audience to gravitate to what you're doing. But we have to be very careful of how we go about it, right? We don't want to I'll quote Chris Do again. He says that perfection is externally driven, whereby excellence is internally. So when we look at perfection, it's like, I must be the best. I must do the best all the time, right? And that's like a heavy armor to wear, right? And it can affect you mentally and physically, right? So you don't want to you don't want to go about your business as like, okay, this needs to be like this all the time. You need to make those small mistakes so you can know where to adjust, right? With the excellent mindset, you're giving yourself room to fail, to improve, to learn, right, to adapt. And even as you have mentors, they can now instruct you or give you advice and suggestions on where to make those improvements, right? So with when you choose the path of striving for excellence, it also reduces the burnout and stress that you may experience, that you will not even you will experience at times stressful moments, right? So it's like, okay, how having that mentality that, okay, I'm not trying to please everyone, but I'm making sure that this is something that I genuinely love and like I'm passionate about it. So I even I had a conversation with a friend last week. His name is Ivan. He's the owner of Like Connection Now. It's an Afro-Latino organization, social enterprise that connects people through music, events, like dancing. And something that he told me that like really touched me was like, if I didn't have that connection now, I wouldn't know how to connect with people. I wouldn't know where I can, have like but I wouldn't be able to dance with people as often as I can, right? So he has put himself in the center of his business, because that is something like without it, he wouldn't be able to do it, right? So that is an excellence mindset. That's an excellence way of producing things, because you're doing it because you have put yourself in the foot of the people that you're wanting to cater to, whether it be through your product or your service, but you know that this is benefiting you as much as it's benefiting them. So you're finding that balance in your work, right? So that is the excellence way of doing it. So I would like to reiterate. So the first thing is to know your why. Why are you starting? Value your vision. Understand that I'm in it for the long run, and you're regularly reflecting on your why, because there are times where in your journey, even for me, it's like, okay, I get discouraged, right? I'm like, oh, my emotion is telling me this, but like what I'm actually producing is actually like on the opposite end. It's really good, but your emotions at times can tell like, oh no, you're not worth it. You need to stop. So you need to like documenting your why is very important, and documenting your success, your achievement is also very important. And going back maybe on a monthly basis or yearly basis, like, oh, this is the things I achieved. Wow, I totally forgot that I'd written that. This is my vision towards, let's say, an aspect of my business. And you're like, wow, you know what? Maybe I need to realign myself because I was a bit off, like I went off track a bit, right? So documenting these things really, really help you be more focused in your business and helps you be more confident in how you affect change or whatever it may be. Maybe you're in it to champion a cause or maybe an experience that you had, right? So right, documenting really helps you, be in a position of constant renewal, constant innovation, right? So that's the first thing I'd say. And then secondly, like I said, finding your community, like through Community Futures here, has community in it today, right? So that's a great place to start. It's a great place to start is finding people who are able to mentor you, finding friends and family who will support you along the way. They may not have to be like in your industry, the industry that you're pursuing, but at least you have voices around you to encourage you along the way, right? And thirdly, it's planning well and knowing when is the right time to take action, to confidently take action, right? Because as you take action, you trust that I may fail, but I know I'm going to learn from these failures, right? And it's also possible that I may not even make any mistakes. So having the understanding that both is possible, right? And on the fourth note is feeling diligence and discipline, because entrepreneurship is a long game. So you want to have a disciplined mindset towards how you go about your business, right? And lastly, striving for excellence and not perfection, because excellence produces more genuine and has more genuine motives rather than perfection, where you're only doing it for the praises, you're only doing it to get the money. But excellence is more, I really want to make those connections with people. I really want people to be very happy with my product, very happy with my services, and see it change and improve their lives. So those are the 5 highly effective habits I would say as a young entrepreneurship to look into, to try to develop. And if you do have any questions or want further information for change making steps, I did create a resource list where there's podcasts you can check out. There's books, articles, and also like free resources, just like community features as well that you can check out. Like let's say like how to like build up your logo, something like that. So yeah, those are resources that I've created that Amanda will definitely share with you all. But thank you so much for listening to my little spiel, and I hope you guys learned something very valuable, valuable.
Yeah, thank you. We definitely learned a lot. And yeah, those resources that you mentioned can all be found on our website, which is youryeti.ca. I have to compliment that resource was like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So many resources within that. So thank you so much for providing that for us.
Sure.
We have an exciting question. So, Nifemi, how long did it take you to know your why? Was it immediate or did you develop it over time?
That's a really good question. How long did it take me to know my why, and did I develop it over time? I did develop it over time. So for me, I'm a very spiritual person. I'm a Christian. So in that, I had to really be prayerful and understand, okay, what are my motives behind what I'm doing as a stylist? Like what is the long run for me? So it wasn't until I would say 2020 that like my why was even more defined, because I've been styling since 2017. I started off just having like a blog and styling my friends here and there, and then those opportunities, those projects opened more doors for me. So defining my why was like, okay, I really just want to help my community be more positive minded towards how they look and just have a better understanding of the psychology behind dressing. So yeah, for me it took a while. It took a while to get it, but it was because I was taking steps towards like learning and understanding what it is. So I would try something. It's like, you know what, this is not really me, and I'll try another thing. Okay, I can adjust in this way. So it was a trial and error. At times, like you can know it, you can immediately be like, okay, here it is. But for me, I'm a big kinesthetic learner. So I have to do things to better understand and refocus myself. So that's how I was able to define my why over time. Was definitely doing more things, getting the practice, and seeing what my community needs and wants and values when it comes to fashion and dressing themselves. And yeah, that was being the framework of my why. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that sounds amazing. Yeah.
Mhm.
I know the why is a tricky one because I feel like when you take a business class or you go to a networking event, it always seems like you should know your why. That should be
Mhm.
your first thing.
Mhm.
But for myself, like with my photography business, my why did not come until, oh boy, probably 3 or 4 years down the road
Yeah.
when I knew what my not why was. I had to figure out
Yes.
my why.
Yes.
So that takes a lot of figuring out. It's figuring yourself out as an entrepreneur. Figuring out like, how do I communicate with my clients? How does that make me feel? Like there's so many things behind that
Yeah.
why. So
Yeah. And I would also add to that, like knowing yourself, right? So, because I believe that, when you're starting up a business, you cannot offer what you don't have, right? So I always look at it as, okay, am I genuinely passionate about this thing? Do I like live my life according to what I want to help people do, right? So I always say, like, know yourself. When you know yourself, it makes it more easier to define that why. And I feel like we're constantly knowing ourselves each and every day. But once you've defined, like, okay, this is me, this is the family, this is Amanda, and this is what I want to do, this is the life I want to live, I know how to help people better their lives as well, right? So through whatever your product or service it may be, right? So as a photographer, it's like, I want to make people, maybe it's like, you want to make people look good or something like that. So yeah, I really like that point. And I also like the point you mentioned about knowing what you wouldn't do, like knowing what is not your why. That's something I even have written down, things I would never do as a stylist because of my values, right? So you can start that way, start out by writing what you wouldn't do as a creative entrepreneur, and that would lead you closer to what you would want to do. So I really like that point.
yeah, no,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll be watching the comments for questions. If anyone has any other questions, I see we do have a comment. You cannot offer what you don't have. Awesome. I know that comment came from Sue because Sue would just be like, "Oh yeah, that is so true. I like that. I like that." So yeah, no, I agree. I really like that as well. I wanted to kind of debrief on some of the points and some of the habits that you talked about. So you talked about mentorship, which I think is really important.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of like a stigma surrounding mentorship in the way that people don't know how to ask. So how would you suggest approaching someone who you think would be a good mentor? How would you suggest people go about that?
That's a really good question. So for me, it was something that I yearned for a long time. Like I remember because I started out my styling in 2017, and I didn't have a mentor I didn't get a mentor until early last year, because I was like, you know what, I want to take this more seriously. So I was like, okay, I would ask like my pastor, like, yo, where can I find a mentor? And my stylist mentor, it was really random. I met her through an Eventbrite workshop that and online, because I feel like during COVID times, for me personally, I was on Eventbrite like all the time, attending like workshops to like better my skills or whatever. So I saw one, I was like, you know what? Yes, I'm a stylist and I feel like I know it all, but you don't actually know it all. I was like, you know what? Take this, just attend this workshop. And through that workshop, like I was able to understand like, yo, this is somebody that can teach me and whatnot. And she had like a program that would help people to develop their styling skills, like not just like the ability to style, but the business aspect of styling, right? So it could be, going on Eventbrite, finding specific workshop that relates to your field, and maybe you can connect with that person afterwards, like because they always at the end they always do a call to action, like, you know what, you want more information, reach out to me. or it could be, you know, going to searching up like community futures or something like that, or even, but I feel like if you don't know about community futures, it could be asking a teacher to help you, like, okay, do you know so do you know any organizations where I can get like support in this area, right? Or, you know, your parent or a friend of your parent, because at times like that they can lead you into, you know, getting more information. They may not lead you to like finding the exact person who can help you, but they can get you the information for mentorship. So I think there's different ways, because at times like we can just like, oh, you know what, let me search up something, but that realistically doesn't always like help people, right? So it's like, okay, going out to ask. I think that's very important. It's like having that confidence, or, you know, like vulnerability, I would say, rather vulnerable, because you are asking for help, right? And if you truly want that help, I feel like it would be good to go out and be like, hey, do you know where I can get mentorship? Do you know any of the programs that Edmonton offers or whatnot that could provide mentorship to me? Yeah, so that's what I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so I think what I hear you saying when you're talking to us about that is like, it's intentional, right?
Yeah, intentional.
So when maybe you have someone, you're a year into your business, maybe you're just started, maybe your business idea just came to you while you're watching YETI Live Camp Day.
Yeah.
Just bring that intention into what you do. So perhaps you know someone and you think like, I really admire what they've done with their business. And like you said, maybe it's not even in the same industry.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just someone who started a business. They know the ropes of the business world. They can help you.
Mhm.
Just be intentional, be authentic, be intentional, and just show up and say like, hey, I'm going to be vulnerable here. I don't know what I'm doing. I would love to receive some support, some mentorship, like just help me if you're willing to. And I think a lot of people are willing to help.
Yeah, and another thing I'll add to that is like, as a university student, it's like your fellow colleagues could be like, for me, like my fellow colleagues are like also mentors, because I have a friend who's a photographer, but he focuses on like the ethics of like street documentation. And for me, that's one thing I wanted to learn, was like, you know, what is the ethics of, you know, being a creative entrepreneur? Like when you're creating editorial shoots and whatnot, what are things that you always keep in mind, right? So he was able to give me information about that. So your mentors could even be your friends who have like a lot of experiences in that as well. It doesn't always have to be like, oh, this figurehead or whatnot. It could be literally a friend, an older sibling or whatnot. So definitely look out, but also look within at the same time.
Yeah. Absolutely. So kind of like that, think outside the box mentality for that. Like, totally. I totally agree. Yeah. So another comment here is it's also worth asking the economic development officer in your local town, city, or county office. And I think that's a great point. They're definitely going to be able to, not only are they a mentor, are they a professional as well that can help you with the ins and outs of the business and kind of starting that. So that's a great comment there. Thank you. I'm so happy with what we learned from you. I appreciate your time and your knowledge and just your passion. Your passion is very obvious, and we're really lucky to have heard from you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this time with you guys. And, you know, like I said, I created a resource list. So if you guys want to further, you know, expand the your knowledge of the things I was speaking about today, those resources definitely goes more in depth in the things that we're speaking about today. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity talking to you guys, because I'm a huge advocate for youth entrepreneurs and just change makers in general, right? Because I believe that we're in a society that it's important to want to create things that would better our environment. So yeah, this has been great.
Absolutely. Why don't we end it with one last piece of advice? So our YETI program, we're open to students who are 15 to 18 years of age. Now, I don't know if you can remember a lot about between the ages of 15 and 18 in your life. I remember for myself, I didn't really have entrepreneur, any journey of that sort in my mind. I'm not sure if you did, but I think the youth we're seeing today have this like huge drive for entrepreneurship, and they're absolutely incredible. So what advice would you give to a potential YETI student? So we're looking at 15 to 18. What advice would you give them for starting a business?
I would say take it easy. Take it easy because a lot of people are wanting to move at such a pace, right? So being okay with the fact that it's a process, right? You don't have to have it all figured out. You don't want to stress yourself out. I feel like that's something that at the beginning of my journey, I would have like, I wish I had a grounded knowledge and nurture towards. It's like, okay, this is a process. I don't have to have it figured out, one step at a time. That's what I would say to the to all the YETI entrepreneurs is that, you know what, this is a process, one step at a time. Each and every day is a day for learning. And as if you look at it that way, it's like, okay, today I learned this. Tomorrow I can add and apply what I learned from yesterday to this new day, right? So that's what I would say to the youth for sure.
Yeah, so one step at a time.
One
I
step at a
totally
time.
agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that's super valuable advice. So thank you. And thank you, like, once again, thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. And
Thank you.
we appreciate it. If you have any questions for Nifemi and you are watching this in the replay, feel free to message those to us and we'll be happy to pass them along. We had Nifemi's social media information up earlier, so feel free to check her out on social media. She should be tagged on our Instagram as well. So give her a follow, check out her journey there and see what she's up to. But thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to roll into rule number 2 with Ben.
Rule 2. Enjoy the little things. When you start, man, you come out of that gate banging. You are so excited. You're going to crush. And you just don't go too fast, too quick. This journey of entrepreneurship, it is a long and it's an arduous one. But if you can make your first sale, if you can make that first job and not suck at it, be like, that's amazing. And don't ever worry about feeling like it's not enough. Rejoice in the things that you accomplish and don't worry about what's coming next. Guess what? If you stick your head down, you're thankful with what you have in front of you and just continue step by step and don't stop, you will get where you're trying to go.
Okay.
Rule 2.
Rule
I like
2.
rule 2, celebrating the little things.
Yes, I think Ben said it so well. I think when you start out, you are excited and you just want to go fast. You just want to run right out the gates. But sometimes we need to take a step back.
Similar to what we talked about before with spending a little bit of time and smelling the roses, if you will, but celebrating those little wins, like if you've been in business for 6 months, or like he said, making your first sale, like stuff like that. You get caught up in all this other stuff. That take a moment and just remember that entrepreneurship is hard, and that just the fact that you're starting to do stuff, you're doing great. Like it's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask you, what does it look like when you in office celebrate your accomplishments?
I think sometimes it's more of a subtle thing. We don't, especially now with this is our office, but we're not actually here to celebrate in person. When we were in person before COVID, maybe we would have a pizza lunch or bring donuts in or something like that. But I think it's more subtle now. It's a pat on the back, and then we just keep going. And there are things that we've forgotten along the way. We didn't really ever celebrate 10 years in business. Well, yeah, it's a long story. We didn't officially know the date. So we were kind of like, are we 10 years now? And then finally we're like, well, we're at least 11 now. So we've done 10. So I guess in hindsight, we could go back and celebrate 10 years, even though it's pushing 12 now. But just those little things. It doesn't need to be a big party every time, but just a pat on the back and say, hey, that was pretty cool. As an entrepreneur, maybe, you get your first check, celebrate and get ice cream or something.
Oh, totally.
Go get something.
Big ice cream advocates.
Yeah.
Go get ice cream. Yeah, no, I personally love that rule. I think it's important to stop every so often, and especially if you're a one-man show or if you're leading a team behind you, like give yourself that time to just kind of sit there and be like, this is like, I did this.
Yeah, and some people will like to put it all over their social and really talk about what they've done. Other people, which is probably where we fall, are more subtle with what we do. But yeah, always remember that any of these little things along the way, that's an accomplishment, and you should celebrate it because not everybody can do that.
Absolutely. Well, I love rule number 2, and I'm excited to get into rule number 3 and 4 later. But first,
I think we should celebrate some sponsors.
We should celebrate
and some supporters.
sponsors.
I think that's a good idea.
Absolutely, yeah. So as you guys know, this day really would not be possible without our sponsors. So big shout out again to those. Elements Health, which is located in Spruce Grove. DK Ford, which is located in Leduc. And we have Town of Stony Plain and Brazeau County. So huge shout out to those sponsors for making this day possible. And I also want to shout out our supporters who have supported us along the way and given us encouragement to just keep going and provide this event. So we have Memorial Composite High School, and I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Stuckey and his business class who have really supported us throughout YETI. I want to shout out Tanya from Nail the Numbers. I want to also shout out Ben from the Good Real Estate team who is giving us our rules today. Breton High School, we've seen some applications there. Go Breton. Styled by Nif, huge shout out to her for helping us pull this live production off as well. The Lighthouse Co-work in Leduc for providing us space to host our open house, as well as Startup Leduc and Wetaskiwin for sponsoring that event. A shout out to Sam McComan with Royal LePage, who we will be seeing a presentation from shortly. John Milland High School in Devon, and Leduc Composite High School. So thank you everyone for your support. If your name was not mentioned and you've supported us in some way, we really appreciate you and everything you've done to make YETI 2022 a success. Out to all of those supporters and sponsors who have helped us get the program where it is today and everything you've contributed. So we have the honor of hearing an interview from a YETI alumni student. Her name is Kendall, and she runs a business called Nelia Rose Rings. She is, like I said, a YETI alumni student who's gone through the program. And in the interview, she's going to share a little bit about her experience with YETI and where her business is today.
My name is Kendall, and I'm 19 years old. I have a small business called Neela Rose Rings, where I upcycle old vintage silverware into jewelry like earrings, rings, and necklaces. And I started with the YETI program about last summer.
Perfect. Amazing. Well, we have to say your business really took off. We've been watching it lately and you've really been doing some incredible things. So awesome job on that. We love to see that. So what was your experience with the YETI 500 Club?
I had a great experience with it. I joined last summer and they've really helped me out. Not only did they grant me with $500 to help my business grow, but they were always there to answer any business questions that I had. And I also got to do my first market with them.
Amazing. Awesome. All right. So, like we mentioned, we've been watching you on social media and we're so proud of you. But one thing that we've really noticed is your TikTok exposure. You've got something really great going on there. I know that takes a lot of hard work. So, keep up that hard work. But how do you feel that TikTok has helped your business?
Oh, TikTok has helped a ton. It's my main source of social media platform, that's for sure. I started TikTok as soon as I started my business about a year and a half ago, and it blew up quite quickly. That's where I get most of my orders from. Posting content on there is really, really important to my business.
Amazing. Yeah, well, like we said, keep it up. That's amazing. It's so cool seeing someone that we know and someone that went through our program have that much success. So great
Thank
job.
you.
All right. So our last little question for you is what is your advice to other young entrepreneurs?
My advice to young entrepreneurs is to just never give up because it's going to seem really tricky, really difficult, like it's impossible to start your own business. But in the end, you just got to look at the end game and the bigger picture and try your hardest, post lots on social media while also making sure that you're happy with what you're doing. You never want to push yourself to the point of not loving what you do.
Amazing. Yeah, I think that happiness is a really, really good key there. And so we're happy to see you happy, Kendall. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing a little bit about your YETI experience. And we're looking forward to working with you more in the future.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was our interview with Kendall. I want to thank Kendall for her time, for providing us with that. So, in that interview, we talked a little bit about TikTok. So, in our YETI Live Camp Day theme of the Gen Z Business Survival Guide, TikTok, I feel, is so relevant. So Kendall is really growing her business on TikTok and Instagram. So she's really utilizing those social media platforms, which is something that we really do recommend in the YETI program, is that social media is there to work with you and not against you. So we really enjoyed chatting with Kendall, checking up on her, where her business is at. So congrats to Kendall for her successful business, and we can't wait to see what she does in the future. So next, we are going to chat a little bit about the YETI program. So maybe you're watching this day, maybe you jumped in halfway through and you're like, I keep hearing this YETI, what is YETI? So I will happily chat about YETI. So YETI is the Young Entrepreneurs Training Initiative. It was originally founded by the town of Stony Plain, and then it was then kind of shifted to Community Futures Capital Region to expand it into further areas. So the Young Entrepreneurs Training Initiative covers 3 counties. So we cover Leduc County, Parkland County, and Brazeau County. And we accept students into the free summer business training program who are in grade 10, 11, and 12, so senior high students at the time of the applications. So our applications are currently open and closing this Monday, so you have the weekend to complete those. And you can find that application and download it at our website, which is youryeti.ca. And that application is, we think, and we hope we've made it super easy to fill out. However, if you have any questions or need a little extra support with that, just shoot us a message. We're happy to chat and help you figure those concerns out. So, like I said, it is a free summer business training program. So this is free of cost to attend. So once you've applied, if you are accepted into the program, you would start receiving support from us and our team at Community Futures Capital Region, as well as some outside support from other people in some in-person workshops. Maybe we will have some virtual meetings, and it's just a really great opportunity to network with other young entrepreneurs. So this year we are hosting, for the 2nd year in a row, something called the YETI 500 Club. So what that means is that when you apply with your business idea, you can request up to $500 in a financial award. So say I am applying to the program as I'll go with a photographer. So I know I want to be a photographer. I do not have any of the tools needed to actually start my photography business. So what I would do is I would request up to $500 to help cover those costs. So perhaps it is buying my first camera, and I've shopped around. I know that my first camera is going to cost me $950. Well, I can use $500 of that YETI award to put it towards a camera. So that's not a Dragon's Den deal. We don't expect any money back in the end. If you successfully complete the program, that $500 is yours, and we are happy to provide you with that. And we are thankful to our sponsors who have made that possible. So that $500 is yours to start and continue your business. So I see a comment there. All you need to apply is a great business idea. That is so true. That's all you need. You don't need any prior entrepreneurship or business training experience, and you don't need an existing business. You can enter with a new or existing business. The application form will ask you some questions, ask you to break down your business, like some questions like who are your customers, who's supporting you, what is the cost breakdown to run your business, and things like that. And like I said, we are more than happy to support you in completing that. YETI is a program that is open to all. We do not judge based off of maybe your experience or how much you think you're going to make over the summer. We are just happy to accept anyone into the program with a business idea. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the businesses that we have seen before in the YETI program. So I just want to mention, like, these are 15 to 18-year-olds with these businesses, and I think that's so incredible. So we have seen concrete ceiling, we have seen photographers, digital farm tours, organic skincare, yard services, leather goods crafter, bike and ski repairs, custom vinyl clothing, jewelry maker, hot sauce, mobile ice cream cart, plant propagating, dog treats, custom drinkware, and so much more. If you want to learn more about those businesses and read a little bit about their journeys, we would recommend you to go look at our Instagram at YETI CFCR to learn a little bit more about those students, as well as you can visit our website to read a little bit about our last year's participants. So the sky is the limit. As long as your great business idea is an appropriate idea that we can fund, we are happy to fund that business. So applications are still open. We totally recommend that you apply. Applications close June 6th. Like I said, can be found on our website, and we are just so excited to see all of our applications this year. I want to take this opportunity to chat about a new opportunity with YETI. Sue, big shout out to Sue, who's been working so hard on this project, and she's been talking about it for a long time, and I'm super proud of her to see this project roll out. So we have something called YETI in a box. So if you live in a rural community in Alberta that is outside of those 3 counties that I listed, you could potentially have your own YETI in a box operate in your area. So if you think this is something that maybe your county or your town could take part in, we have more information on the website. If you are a municipality and you're watching this, we are so happy to share more information on this. This is Sue's project and her baby, so she's super excited to share more. So YETI in a box is coming in the future, and that will just really make the opportunity easier for other Alberta senior high students to partake in the program. All right. So we are super honored to introduce you to our next presenter. We will be hearing from Sam McComan, who is a real estate agent with Royal LePage. As he mentions in his presentation, he is pretty fresh. He's about 3 or 4 months in, but man, is he ever just killing the game there. So shout out to Sam, and I hope you enjoy what he has to share with us.
Have you ever felt so full of ideas that you can't fall asleep? Have you ever started dreaming about a realistic business idea and had it expand into something you view as unachievable? Have you ever looked at founders of big companies and seen yourself in them more than you see yourself in anyone who works a 9-to-5 job? This is how I felt for years. My name is Sam McColeman, and for the past 15 years, I've known I wanted to do business. I think my business roots showed up when I was about 8 to 10 years old. We were a Lego family, so myself and my older brother and my next youngest brother, we all had our own Lego collection. Probably each of them grew to be about $200, $300, $400 worth of Lego. Then one day I started collecting a new toy called Mighty Beans. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Mighty Beans, but they weren't around for very long like Lego is. They were just a crappy little toy that had a magnet in it, and they'd flip down a ramp or something like that. And they all had different faces and were collectibles. So I started collecting those, probably had 30 or 40 of them in a collection. It probably total value was about $30. And so I started really rubbing them in my little brother's face. He didn't have a single Mighty Bean, and I started showing him how cool they were, how awesome they were, and just all the cool little things about them. So basically, after a day or two, I had him just begging me to trade his entire Lego collection, which totaled about $200, maybe $250, for my $30 worth of Mighty Beans. Played hard to get for a day or two, made him, almost want to throw in more than just his Lego. And eventually I said, okay, sure, you can have my Mighty Beans and I'll just take all your Lego. So he was pumped, over the moon about that exchange. And the next day he was in tears, telling my mom that I had swindled him and cheated him out of his Lego. So the hard part was that I had just mixed all of his Lego in with my Lego at that point. So I was doing a sorting game for the next couple of days to give him back all his Lego. But that was probably my first business venture. That was, again, probably 8, 10 years old. My next business minded venture came around 11 to 12 years old. So I started to realize that every birthday party I went to, or, you know, whether it was my birthday, my brother's birthdays, or my friends' birthdays, everyone started to get $20, $20 to $30 actually from their friends. We stopped getting gifts, stuff like that. It was just cash money. And so, you know, my family was very very specific. My mom was very, I wouldn't say rule oriented or driven, but she was very disciplined and budgeted everything. So I quickly realized my mom had about $250, maybe just $200 for our birthday parties. And so that $200 would be used to cover a gift for us, our birthday cake, food at our birthday, any expenses that our birthday party cost, things like that. So, you know, $250 could get you maybe 2 or 3 other friends going to Galaxyland, you know, maybe 2 friends at a food court dinner, something like that. It could cover like laser tag for maybe 10 friends and a birthday cake. Yeah, so I kind of, you know, as a 12-year-old boy, I was like, okay, so let's see here. My friends, every one friend at a birthday party equals $20 to $30. Also, mom's budget can all go towards the present if nothing else costs money. So, you know, I started doing a little math on it, and I decided, you know, we grew up on an acreage, so I could just have a birthday party out at our house and it could still be awesome. I could invite more people than anywhere else because it wouldn't cost us any money for those friends to come over. And if I kept it as cheap as possible, then my present for my parents would be even bigger. So I ended up having a soccer tournament birthday party. Can't say that I was the biggest soccer fan out there, but I did like playing it. So I think I had 16 or so friends come over, play soccer for a while. Then we go inside. My mom homemade pizza and made a homemade cake. So in total, you know, I think my mom probably spent, I don't know, $50 to $80 on the party total. And so I ended up with about $150 from her and my dad, and, you know, close to $400 from my friends. And so, you know, I walked out of that birthday party with, you know, close to $500 as a 12-year-old. And yeah, that was, you know, even my birthday party I saw as a business venture rather than, you know, what can be the most fun thing. Later on, you know, late in my high school days and after I graduated, I started flipping things, you know, doing the Facebook Marketplace, Kijiji kind of deal. So I quickly learned a few things with flipping items. I needed it to be things that I knew something about and was okay with being stuck with, you know, like I wasn't going to start buying girls' clothes to sell because 1, I didn't know a whole lot about them, and 2, if I got stuck with an item, it was useless to me. So this turned out to be guitars and shoes for myself. So I'd buy shoes anywhere in the size 8 to 10 range, and I would buy guitars, like mostly just acoustic guitars that I could play. And I quickly found out some stuff about these. So certain brands that, you know, I could buy and easily resell versus brands that I would buy and then no one would really want, even if it was in better condition or things like that. So yeah, I would usually spend about $10 to $30 on a pair of shoes and try and sell them for $40 to $80. You know, I'd essentially look for an ad that had bad pictures. Often it would be someone that was moving or doing spring cleaning. My favorite was when a mom said, my son went off to college, here's his shoes or his guitar or whatever, and she never knew the value of them. So yeah, I'd look for, you know, guitars in the $50 to $150 range and try and sell them for $200 to $400. I didn't want to do anything that, you know, would cost me $800 and then sell for $1,000, just because then I'd be putting more capital into it. And so yeah, like I would, you know, I always kept my one old crappy guitar for myself to play. But I would go buy a guitar that I liked and it was a bit of a step up from my guitar, and I'd throw new strings on it, play it for, you know, sometimes 1 month, sometimes 6 months, sometimes a year, and then I'd sell it for more than I bought it for and go buy a new one. Well, a new used one. So I did this for, you know, probably, I don't know, 2-3 years, and ended up at the end of it buying myself $1,000 Taylor guitar, which essentially cost me $0 from flipping 7 or 8 guitars myself. You know, and I still have a couple pairs of shoes that are kicking around that I bought and no one ever wanted to buy back from me, but I bought them in my size and I can wear them around. And yeah, so overall, you know, I've lost money a few times, but mostly made money on these. And you know, like I've tried stepping out of my boundary a couple times, and you know, sometimes you see something for a wicked deal and anyone can sell it. Other times, you know, you do need to know what kind of product you're going for and whatnot. So yeah, that was kind of my post high school business venture. And this brings me to now, and why I've been asked to speak to you guys today. I'm currently 4 months into being a real estate agent, and I also run a small business dyeing disc golf discs on the side. So yeah, real estate has been awesome because it's really, you know, a business that you get to run yourself, make your own hours, get rewarded based on how well you do and how hard you work. But there's also like a full business structure laid out for you that everyone else follows as well. So it's essentially, you know, here's a business that's already been done this way for so long. Copy this business model and then customize it to fit yourself. Yeah, which for someone like me who, you know, I always knew I wanted to do business, but I didn't have that one specific thing that drew me and that made me so excited, and I knew it was my passion or my calling. You know, like when I worked at coffee shops, then I kept thinking of how I could make the best coffee shop in the world. When I bartended in a restaurant, I kept thinking of how I could be the best bartender in a really cool bar setting that I set up myself. You know, just whatever the job was that I was at, I was thinking of how I could do that myself and how I could do it better. So I knew that I wanted to be in charge, making decisions, my own boss, but I just didn't have that one thing that was clear to me I should pursue. As far as like dyeing disc goes, you know, a lot of you might not even know what that means, but essentially, you know, disc golf is a sport that's been growing rapidly over the last couple of years. COVID was huge for it because it's a sport that was free and was outdoors. And so these discs are plastic discs and you can't paint them. It's illegal, you know, in competitive disc golf to paint or do anything to your disc that makes it weigh more. So there's actually specific dyes that you can use to dye the plastic different colors. And I've always been a creative guy, like as I've mentioned here, like that I like to play guitar and I love drawing and stuff growing up. And so I just, you know, I had all these discs in my bag already, and then I just started seeing people dye them out there, which is essentially you can dye logos or you can dye like different patterns on them. And not a lot of people are doing it. Not a lot of people are doing it well. So yeah, I just looked at a lot of videos from guys in the States that are doing it. Started doing it just to make my personal ones look cooler. Did some for my friends. And then just started being like, what, like there's not a lot of people out there doing this. Why don't I do this a little bit broader of an area? And so there's actually Canadian pages for disc golf fans all over the place. And yeah, it turns out a disc fits in a bubble mailer shipping package, and you can ship it anywhere in Canada for $3. So yeah, that's been something that I started last August. When I started out, you know, I was just trying to break even, cover my costs so that I could have this hobby that I could pursue myself and do it for free so that my wife didn't kill me. But it got to the point where now, like probably after Christmas time here, I've just been getting constantly each week, you know, I'll get inquiries about doing custom orders for people that make great birthday gifts. They're, yeah, just anyone who's gotten into this sport and fall in love with it, they start seeing people have these cooler looking discs than they do. And they're like, how do I get in on this? So yeah, take it to now. I'm probably one of the top 10, maybe even top 5 most popular disc dyers that sells them in Canada. And, you know, it's still a niche, small market. So it's not like, you know, I'm going to switch to doing that full time, but, you know, I can make anywhere from $20 to $50 on one disc. I can do 5 to 10 discs a week. And so it does just provide like a secondary income that's just always there. If I have a slower week in real estate, I can focus on that more. But I can also put it on hold for an amount of time if I'm on vacation or busy with real estate. So yeah, it has really been something that just fulfills my creative need as well as generates a little bit of income on the side. So yeah, those are my current ventures I'm going in. So yeah, this brings us to today. What I'll be talking about today, I wouldn't say it's mind-blowing statistical research, but rather it's the things that I wish I knew as a young dreamer. It's the things that I think every young entrepreneur should take into consideration going forward in business. I'm going to be talking about the idea of new and improved, not ignoring the success that those before us have had, but also accepting that we can make changes for the better. I've only been in the real estate business for about 4 months, but I've already seen this application of taking things that I've learned from the older generation, traits that they have just made essentially essential for the business world, and then adding my own spin on it as a young, hungry entrepreneur. So, what advantages do we have being young? What is stacked against us in this boomer/Gen X driven business world? I will be going deeper into some stereotypes that may not apply to every boomer and every Gen Z person, but I do believe that they apply to the vast majority of these generations, and they can help us learn and grow from them. So let's start first with the boomers and the Gen Xers. Currently, the age range for Gen Xers to boomers is roughly 40 to 75 years old. When I talk about business owners in my session, I'll specifically be talking about real estate, as that's the field that I see these people in. So what are the stereotypes about these guys and gals? First, they have no clue how to use technology, kind of technology dinosaurs. They are closed-minded and not growth-oriented. They are closed to diversity. They don't care about sustainability or ethics. They are old-fashioned and out of touch with the current reality. They are hardworking in an old-school sort of way. You know, that work harder, not smarter. And the more hours you put in, the more money you'll make. They are disciplined. They wake up early, stick to schedules, etc. And they live to work. Now, let me break down the truth/myths that I see in all these stereotypes. First off, let's start with technology. Although I do believe us youngins understand technology a little more thoroughly than the older generations, they have definitely caught up to a level that is at very least passable in the business world. You might see some older business people, have more generic social media platforms, but I guarantee you that they know how to Google things, use the internet, use Google Maps, and even text, which end up being about 95% of the things that I end up doing in real estate. So I would put boomers/Xers in the category of they understand technology well enough, not often tech gurus, but definitely like their businesses don't necessarily hurt because of their lack of technology knowledge. The next stereotype I mentioned was that they are closed-minded/not growth-oriented. Now, I would say that this one has some truth and some lies in it. Anyone in the boomer/Xer category has obviously survived in the business world, for some time. They are probably getting into the latter half of their careers and are likely fairly successful if their businesses are still working after maybe 10 to 30 years since they've been started. So I think we can rule out that they're not growth oriented. I think of realtors that have been around in our office for the last, maybe 20, 30 years. And I hear stories about when they started out, they'd have a listing book that would be, I'm from Grand Prairie. And so city of Grand Prairie now, we got about 75,000 people. If you wanted to look at a listing, there was a listing book in the Grand Prairie real estate office. And so any realtor, if you wanted to list a house, you'd take your information and you'd go put it in this binder. And people could come look through the binder. You had to advertise through the newspaper. Everything you did with people, every time they had to sign another document, is all in person. Now, majority of what we do, e-signatures, listings are all on an MLS online, multiple different places online. We meet clients through, during COVID, we might have to FaceTime them for a walkthrough of a house. You might just do phone calls and texting before, maybe you're even, there's a guy that just phoned me and we wrote up a contract and I still haven't met him in person, And so, yeah, just, any realtors that have survived over the last 20 or so years, like you have to be growth oriented in at least some ways. Otherwise, if you're refusing to grow in those ways, you're going to get completely left behind there. So I would say, yeah, any Xer or boomer that is still going strong in the business world has probably, done some growth in their business. And we're probably just being haters if we say that they're not growth oriented. But you know, one thing that I can say about them with you know, the openness to new ideas and growth is you know, something I've seen in real estate. There's a lot of new you know, artificial intelligence technology that's come out that can really make your life a lot easier as a realtor. So I have a system in place right now where if anyone visits my website, they're going to get one of those annoying little pop-ups that asks for their name, their email, their phone number. And if they give any of that, they're going to get an automated text and email, pretty much saying, hey, my name's Sam. I'm a realtor. This is how I can help you. Let me know if there's any other ways I can help you. I'd love to do that for you. Just let me know what I can do to help and I'll be there. And, you know, at first when I got there, I was like, oh, you know, this is probably just all spam mail that no one looks at and doesn't work. But, you know, I've already got leads that have turned into sold houses just off of, you know, having that automated texting in place. And so a lot of the older realtors don't use this kind of thing because they say, well, I've been doing it 20, 30 years and I get clients from word of mouth. And that's how I do it. And it is like, you do have to put a little bit of work in to set up all these automated texts and responses and input all your contacts. So it is work, but essentially it's putting in a little bit of work now to do a ton of work for me down the road. And, you know, there's a lot of realtors that have been in it for 15, 20 years and they just refuse to use tools like that. And so that is where I think, you know, there is a little bit of truth to that stereotype of, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or why would I change what's working? You know, don't mess with the good thing. I think those are kind of the standards that they'll be going along with sometimes. And I think, you know, you can still be a super successful realtor, but maybe you're not reaching that top potential that you have if you are having these, you know, these ideas of just, it's worked well so far. Why would I improve it? So yeah, that's how I kind of see that stereotype. As far as ethics goes, I've found the older generation to be just as hit or miss as ours is. You know, and even though the younger generation might have more of a woke viewpoint overall, then I still find, you know, there's just as many awesome, good, easygoing, fun to work with guys who follow the rules in the older generation as in the younger generation. So I definitely wouldn't say that, you know, the older generation doesn't care about ethics or anything like that. The next set of stereotypes I mentioned was that boomers and Xers are old-fashioned and out of touch with the current reality. That they are hardworking in an old-school way, work harder, not smarter. So yeah, the boomers and Xers are still very much with it in the real estate world. They're often more likely to chat on the phone rather than texting. So, you know, you could say that's how they're kind of out of touch. But honestly, the majority of clients buying and selling houses are in the 30 plus range right now. You know, they're not Gen Zs. And so, you know, we can say, oh, they're not hip with it. But at the end of the day, if all of our clients and people are also not hip with it, how does it pay off for us to be hip with it? You know, at the end of the day, like phone calling just saves a whole lot of time. You know, there's a lot of little details you have to go over in real estate. And, you know, that can end up being 50, 60 text messages that could have just been one, you know, little bit longer phone call. So, you know, there's also lots of lots of the boomers and Xers are also very hardworking, but I wouldn't say they have that like head down 9 to 5, 6 days a week kind of mentality. People that get into real estate, they like the flexible hours. You know, you can work from home, you can work the hours of the day that you want to, as long as you have time for customers in the evening, sometimes on weekends. But yeah, I've met some older realtors that do have this, like, they grind 80 hours a week to just make deals left, right, and center. But I also see that in a lot of young realtors. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily like an older generation trait. You know, like as I was saying in the last or two stereotypes ago, you know, sometimes they can get stuck up in that working harder because it's what they've always done rather than implementing AI or something else to make their lives a little bit easier. So, you know, there is that kind of truth to this, but I think generally in real estate, any business where it's completely how hard you work is how much you make and how well your business does, then old guys and young guys and gals are all working as hard as they want to make the living that they want. So yeah, I wouldn't say that I necessarily see that stereotype being any kind of negative in real estate. The last one that I want to touch on is the stereotype that they are disciplined. So I don't honestly even know if this is a stereotype or if this is just something that I've witnessed in, say my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation as well. The boomers or Xers, I think like they don't sleep in. They've got that mental alarm clock that somehow they just wake up at 6 a.m. every single day. They're great at following their daily schedules, and they seem to always be motivated enough to tackle the mundane tasks that I might really have a hard time sitting down and doing. I believe a lot of this comes from years of practice, and they're also often people that have families. So when you got kids to pick up from school at 3 p.m., then you're getting everything done before 3 p.m. Or you got to get home in time for dinner. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that their generation is inherently better at discipline than we are, but they've had lots of years to practice, and they have really mastered it, a lot of them. Yeah, so that's all we'll touch on for now for the Gen Xers and Boomers. But now let's think a little bit of Gen Z and some millennial stereotypes. So for these, I was thinking I could probably just scroll my grandpa's Facebook to see a lot of these. He shares the occasional post that the ones that say I miss when kids played outside, and I missed when working a 9 to 5 was standard, and I miss whatever. And so yeah, I think we've all like either been accused of some of these or had people assume that we have these things. And so yeah, let's just go through a couple of them here. Gen Z and millennials are entitled. We are lazy, we work to live, we all have short attention spans and can't stick with one thing. We have no respect for our elders. We are good with technology, but bad with people. So let's break some of these down and acknowledge our strengths and also address our weaknesses. So the first stereotype, we are entitled. I believe this is definitely a case-by-case study, but there probably are a lot more 18 to 22-year-olds now that live at home with their parents than there were with the Gen X's and Boomers. With the rise in post-secondary attendance as well as rent and housing costs, I feel like this is a justifiable stat, rather than a group of people taking advantage of their parents. We could also be viewed as entitled because our generation has demanded more human rights, whereas the older generation was just told to suck it up and live with some harsh realities. As a whole, I have found plenty of older clients I've helped that have talked to me about how much harder it is for people my age to get started, to move out, to buy their first home than it was when they did it. So I think that stereotype is slowly starting to change, just with people being more aware of, the rise in cost of just living and yeah, just the plausibility of us, depending on our parents more or whatever it might be. So yeah, I definitely think, certain older people will always have that in their minds that we are entitled and whatnot. And I think we can just help that out by, not acting like spoiled jerks and stuff like that, but coming from a place of humility, especially when we're in the business world, working with people who maybe see it as they had to slave a lot more when they were our age. Now, the next stereotype to talk about is our laziness. Again, this one would probably be geared at our generation trying to change up the 40-hour work week, or because we probably take more sick days than those older people who would have maybe even got fired for taking one back in their day. Their whole lives have been about working longer, harder hours to make more money. And so naturally, I would also be annoyed if some younger people came in and said, I'm going to do the same amount of work, make the same amount of money, and spend 5 to 10 hours less time doing it. Now I think there are a lot of distractions from work as well nowadays that maybe they're used to not be. Lots of my friends have got fired for using their phones at work, for calling in sick too often, and for sleeping in. This probably comes from our lack of discipline experience. We're still young and get sidetracked from even our biggest goals and dreams. So if we're working a job that we don't even really care about, it's definitely hard for us to show up on time and give it our 110%. Back in our parents' day as well, they might have, if they're all growing up, maybe in maybe more farm areas or rural places, then they might have more chores around the house naturally than we did. And they might just be learning discipline and hard work at a younger age than us. So, like it could be in some cases. Overall, just we are a bit more of a lazy generation. But I think that there's a deeper side to it of just, maybe we just haven't had the experience of working hard, earning a living, earning our keep that our parents' generation did. So, I think that's definitely a trait and a skill that we need to work on and improve in ourselves. The next part, we work to live. So our parents' generation was full of doctors, lawyers, tradesmen, nurses, teachers, etc. And I think that kind of became their identity because they lived to work. The more hours they could work, the longer they worked, then the sooner they could retire. For many of us, we've discovered careers or jobs that work around who we are and allow us to live life to the fullest outside of work. Yes, there's some of us who will work lame jobs just so we can afford a fun lifestyle, but there's more and more of us finding careers that allow us to love what we do while not being consumed by it. I'm a realtor, but I still have plenty of people who know me as an athlete, a musician, a Christian, and so on. I work as a realtor, not because I'm obsessed with real estate, but because I can build relationships with people, continue to pursue plenty of hobbies, and make enough money to one day provide for my family. I think sometimes we get pegged as not caring about our work and just working for a paycheck, but I would argue that a lot of us have found ways to make work out of things we already love, rather than just finding the mainstream career that most appeals to us and makes the most money. I think you just look around at people, being influencers or doing YouTube or even side hustles like my disc dyeing and stuff. It's taking something that you already love to do and then just finding a way that it can make some money, even if it's just a little side hustle, even if it's whatever. That's gonna help you out in the future, and it's gonna help you to love what you do for work rather than just working as much as you can to make as much money as you can to hopefully have fun on your free time. The next stereotype I'm going to talk about is about our attention spans. Our stereotype says we have a jump from thing to thing kind of tendency, or we can't see one thing through. Now, I've actually been diagnosed myself with ADHD, and so this one's personal. As someone that struggles with focus, phones are the biggest distraction for me. And so much of what we do now requires our phones. So I can be, the first one to admit that our generation is probably on our phones at work all the time, more than, the other generations. But I think that can also make us very useful. For myself, I've fueled quite a few side hustles with this short attention span, just being so, needing something new or something fresh in my life. It's really got me excited about a new business idea or a new venture to go down, even if I haven't necessarily pursued it to the end. I think it can also help if there's mundane tasks we need to do at work. Our brains, being bored so quickly, if there's a mundane job to do, maybe we can find a more efficient way to do it. Maybe we can find a way to eliminate that task or outsource it, or find some way to make money go farther in that same mundane situation, rather than just having that attitude of this is how we've always done it and this is how it has to be done. I think we can also multitask without losing speed and accuracy. And so, I just feel like this stereotype specifically, it can cripple you or it can be a superpower. And so I think it's really important just to learn how to control this. Maybe just, I feel like bored is the wrong word to use for it, but this just energy filled mind that needs to always be thinking of something new and always be working. Otherwise, we'll just go crazy. So yeah, I think if we can learn how to control this and harness it, helps us out like crazy. It can also get us fired from jobs and can make us, never finish an entire business project. So definitely something that you need to learn to control. The next one is that we have no respect for our elders. So while I was working as an educational assistant at a school, this was during COVID, probably 2 years ago now, I saw a prime example of this. An older sub came in to teach the class, and he came in guns blazing. He said, "Listen up. I won't be tolerating any talking while I'm talking. Nobody better be going on their phones there, and you will listen up to everything I say." He maybe did this intro for 30 seconds, and he lost the whole class before he even took attendance. Whereas that exact same class, they fully respected me, even though I was like young and close to their age, and they fully respected some other teachers too, who were older and closer to this guy's age. It was just funny to me because later on in the day, I heard him complaining in the teacher's lounge just about almost like the quality of student nowadays and just how kids today misbehave and they have no respect. So I find personally, most of the older generation that feels our generation is so disrespectful are people who demand respect and don't give it back first. Those same kids love me and had lots of very respectful conversations with me because I respected each one of them as individuals. A student who struggled at like all the time and was distracted and disliked by the majority of her teachers. One day I was walking her to the office to just pick up a book, and she said, like, "Mr. Sam, one day I want to be an EA because I want to help kids like me." And it just kind of broke my heart because this was this kid that all the teachers thought had no potential, no future. None of them invested in her. They all saw her as very disrespectful. And just as soon as you got past that hard outer shell of hers and you showed her some respect and treated her as an individual, then she wanted to succeed and she wanted more for herself. So just with this stereotype, I just see it as the generation before us, they feared their elders in some way. And so I don't know that it was necessarily they respected all their elders, but when your teacher is gonna discipline you right then and there in front of the class, then you have a fear for them, not necessarily respect. And so I think with our generation now, and the younger generation, they're not afraid and they're not filled with fear. And so sometimes I think this comes across, the older generation demands this respect and tries to lead with fear, and it doesn't work on our generation as well. And so I think sometimes that fear might get kind of mixed up with respect. And I don't honestly feel that a lot of people in our generation lack respect. I think that we are very respectful to the people who respect us. And certain individuals, they will be bad apples, but I think that's in every generation. So I think we get a bad rap for this one and don't necessarily agree that we deserve it. Lastly here, we are good with technology but bad with people. So we have earned this rap from being on our phones at the dinner table or whenever there's a lull in the conversation, really, which is basically just us finding something to do when we're bored rather than just sitting there and being bored. Now, in the business world, I believe we have this rep because we would rather text and call or call instead of going out for coffee with someone. And this is a valid point about a weakness of ours. Phone calls are often more productive, achieve more in less time, and more often generate good responses than texting does. It is, all of our social angst, I think, that's built up that loves texting a lot more. But I truly believe if you want to be successful in the business world, you have to change this attitude of texting over calling and prioritize building relationships with other people, other business owners, other clients, over the comfortability of texting / emailing or hiding behind technology in that way. Okay, so we just unpacked a lot of true and false narratives about these different generations. So what all is the takeaway here? Like, what am I getting at? Well, what I've learned personally during my time in the business realm is that boomers or Xers and millennials or Gen Zers all have their strengths and weaknesses. And what I believe is that we can harness these strengths that come naturally to us and learn to grow the skills that the older generation finds more natural. We can become super soldiers of business simply by working hard to optimize our youth while embracing those age-old principles that have worked so well for those who came before us. I'm sure you can go back and analyze my breakdowns of the stereotypes I pointed out, but let me just sum it up here for the components that I found most crucial for my own personal success in business. From the X's and boomers, we can learn discipline, hard work, and determination. I mentioned all these traits because one without the other is lost. Hard work without discipline just means long hours at the office, wasting lots of time. Discipline without determination means you're waking up early but unsure what to do next. It means working out without any clear goals. And determination without hard work just means dreaming all day. I'd encourage you all to study up on some older successful business people, and I believe you'll notice all three of these things clearly in their lives. Have a conversation with some business owners and ask them about these traits and how they harness them and they allow them to be successful. The hard work part comes naturally when you find a job that pays only when you complete deals. So for myself, being 100% commission based is actually awesome because it keeps me hungry and motivated. And for determination, that usually depends on your motivation. Motivation is a feeling or an emotion, but it's not necessarily a constant in your life. You might see individuals that you say are motivated individuals, but they've had to generate that motivation for themselves every single day. Attending one conference that motivates you can be a starting block, but that's like putting premium gas in your car and then expecting it to, get you all the way across the country. Every single day, you have to remotivate yourself because as an entrepreneur, you don't have someone above you just saying, hey, get back to it. Or you don't have, a boss that's going to be getting mad when you show up late. It's you taking care of yourself. So just making sure that you have that motivation, that thing every morning that remotivates you to stay accountable, to grind, and to put in hard work when no one is forcing you to. Traits that are more natural to us Zers that I believe we should all lean into more are our ability to multitask and our innovative minds. We should continue to question the way things have always been done. We should continue to listen to podcasts and books while we complete the mindless labor tasks. We should fully embrace not being able to sit still and go for a walk during a brainstorming session. When our elders might ask how every time a new idea is mentioned, we should instead start with wow. So when someone comes to you with an idea, instead of, if I say, hey, I've got this new idea for, say, a sports drink, if you instantly say to me, okay, well, how are we going to do this? I don't know anything about sports drinks. You don't know anything about sports drinks. We don't have a factory. We don't have a facility. How are we going to do this? How? Instantly, unless I've written up an entire business plan already, 90% of the time, that's going to shut down any idea that was started out. But if I come out and I say, hey, I got this new idea for a sports drink, and you say, wow, I love it. Tell me more about it. I guarantee you that every time you say wow to someone, if that business idea wasn't meant to be, and if it's a bad idea, it's going to burn out. As you say wow, and I get excited about it, and then I go start crunching numbers and looking into it, I'm like, okay, I realized I don't know anything about sports drinks, so maybe let's go on to the next idea. But if it's an idea that's meant to be, I'm going to just, you respond with a wow. I get excited as well because I think he believes in me. Now let's go make this happen. And I go start putting effort into it. And so, that's just something that I think has really changed my outlook on just general ideas coming in. And I love passing that on to people. I believe that these are certain ways that we can, not only survive in the business world, but I think we can take over the business world as young entrepreneurs. I myself have always been a dreamer. I generate copious amounts of motivation from engaging speakers and successful people, and I crave success and affirmation. I've always been able to start a million different things, but often haven't finished any of them. And I'm now on a path, a mission even, not to be the greatest realtor of all time, but just to unlock my full potential. I've had to find ways to harness my Gen Z tendencies, limiting time on my phone, sometimes making a phone call instead of texting, and not using social media as my only form of advertising and lead generation. I've also had to adopt some old school principles like waking up early, working when other people aren't, and grinding away at paperwork, even when I think there might be a more efficient way of doing it. Back in February, I was a brand new agent hoping to sell a house because of my cool Instagram profile and friendly personality. I've always been someone that easily relies on my natural ability instead of practicing and working on a craft to master it. I was dreaming of, big paychecks and new cars. I was embracing the work starts whenever you want lifestyle, sleeping in late and leaving when I was tired of staring at my laptop. I was on the course to be a mediocre realtor. Fast forward 3 months or so, I'm now waking up at 5:15 a.m. and going for a run. After that, I do 10 minutes of yoga, have a cold shower, ice cold. It'll change your life. Reading my Bible, eating a good breakfast, packing my lunch, and I'm at the office a good hour or two before every other agent. My first 2 times doing this, I set off the alarm at our office because we have a fob to get in, but if you're the first one in, then the alarm sounds. And this time I didn't have a code. So the cops were called and it was a big drag, had to call my boss both times. And that kind of sucked. But now every single time that I walk into the office and that alarm starts to go off before I turn it off, I feel good because it tells me I'm the first one in here out of 20 some people, 30 people working in this building. I'm the one that got up the earliest and I'm the one that got my butt here the earliest. Every morning it gives me 30 minutes to start off with my motivational book. It gets me amped up for my day. And then I work on my existing clients and deals that I have on the go, checking in on all those, writing down a list of things I need to do for those deals that day. And then I spend the rest of my morning working on generating new clients, looking into new marketing strategies, and just learning more about the real estate business. And at the end of this, I still end up with enough time to keep doing all the hobbies that I love and want to do. This way I can kind of work a split shift where I get in earlier than everyone else. I leave a little earlier than other people. I can go, hang out with my friends in the afternoon, go get a workout in, go play sports, go play music, do things that I love, get regenerated and energy there, spend time with my wife, eat dinner with her, and then, go out and do some showings in the evening and feel like I have tons of energy to do so. So yeah, guys, this has been my ramble to you young, hungry entrepreneurs. To sum it all up, I would say that each generation will have its clear strengths and weaknesses. But if we want to succeed in a culture of mixed generations, we cannot just cater to our own people. The minute we rule out a specific generation as not our market, we're limiting our own success. When I got into real estate, I thought I'll be helping all young home buyers, like first-time home buyers. But that actually wouldn't be so great for me because first-time home buyers don't have a whole lot of money, and it's getting harder and harder for people to afford a house at our age. So it's turned out that a lot of my first clients have been people my parents' age or even older, and it's been awesome to work with them and have to use those skills that being tech savvy and able to text and do all that hasn't actually helped me in those deals. I've had to adapt by being willing to talk on the phone, being willing to go meet up in person, print off their contracts rather than signing them digitally, do things like that. And, my business can flourish if I can actually handle those older clients. And then people my age start getting to the age where they're buying houses and I can mesh those two clienteles. I'm going to double my business rather than just have it be people in my sphere. So the minute, we rule out generations as not our market and whatnot, then we just put a cap on our success. So be yourself, be unique, but most of all, be willing to grow and learn. I hope that you can all leave this place today with at least one clear goal for yourselves in your early journey as entrepreneurs. And yeah, I hope that maybe you were affirmed today and some stereotype that you maybe don't like about yourself, and maybe you've seen a positive spin on it, or maybe there's something that, a way that you've been seeing the older generation that's prevented you from working with them, or are seeing them as equals or people to look up to, that hopefully now, after hearing some of this, it's changed your mind about them. So again, guys, yeah, my name is Sam Coleman. Super grateful that I was asked to be here today. Yeah, just go out there and change the world, guys.
Rule 3. Ziploc bags. Okay, hear me out. This one is perhaps the most vitally important, and especially if you're an entrepreneur in any way. Typically, entrepreneurs have vision, they know how to go and make it happen, and they leave a trail of absolute administrative destruction behind them. Don't do that. Take a second, put your business cards, put your receipts, put the money you make like in a Ziploc bag, or at least in a file folder. Have a system behind you where you're actually keeping things organized. Listen, it's not who I am, and I feel so sorry for my wife who's helped me all these years, but in the end, it doesn't come and bite you in the butt.
Rule number 3, Ziploc bags. I like the way he used the term Ziploc bags, because I never would have thought about that. But to me, this idea of Ziploc bags and understanding you need to keep your house in order is very important. I think when we realized it with our company was when we got a bookkeeper and an accountant, and they were like, "Where's this stuff?" And I was like, "Huh."
Good question. Where's that receipt from June 3rd, 2019?
Yes, exactly.
No, I totally agree. I think that when a lot of people who have like a creative side get into entrepreneurship, they run with their creative side, and then perhaps their admin side is lacking, which I can say so for myself. I know my fiance is always on top of me. Like every time you get a booking, every time you take a payment, every time it goes in a spreadsheet. And you'd think with my admin background that would be in my head yet. Not quite. No. So it is a tough one to learn.
Yeah, and it's a very, very important one, and not just for receipts, etc. Passwords. Like if all of a sudden you need to go in and do something on Facebook for a client or for yourself, what's my password? And always changing your passwords, and what's a website password? And maybe, in our case, we started working with clients. Now I need to know their passwords. And so there's a lot of things that you're right, like a creative or anybody, maybe they make something, that's what they're good at. That's their thing. They might not get the rest of it. That's where you can bring somebody in. And honestly, hiring a bookkeeper and an accountant for us was the best Ziploc bag in history.
Yeah, and I know we think like, oh, well, we may not need that receipt, or we may not need that business license from 2018, but the government might one day. The government might. So it is a really good idea to keep all of that information, whether you keep that in a binder, whether you keep that on a drive. I would personally recommend having a few different spaces to keep all that
information. A scanner is, and digitize everything. It's don't let that kind of stuff derail what you're really good at. That's kind of, I think, what he was chatting about too, was just the idea of don't let that be the reason that slows you down.
Totally. No, totally. I totally agree. Awesome. Well, that was rule number 3, Ziploc bags. So
I think we need to chat about a giveaway.
I think we do need to chat about a giveaway for sure. So in the morning, if you caught us then, we talked about doing a giveaway. So our giveaway is still happening. So our giveaways are open to senior high students in the Alberta province, and that is happening on Instagram. So if you happen to see one of our Easter eggs.
And I don't know if one has already been made an appearance. I may have seen something earlier.
We might have seen an Easter egg appear on the screen.
Maybe even during a recent video that we just watched of somebody. Maybe take a look.
So if you spotted that Easter egg or those Easter eggs, check out our secret post on Instagram, which may or may not be our second last post.
Okay.
And comment, what were we talking about when those Easter eggs appeared? We want to know. And that is your chance to win some awesome YETI swag, as well as some gift cards to some coffee shops. I know you're not a coffee fan.
I am not.
I'm a coffee fan. And I know to get myself through my business, it's like an iced coffee every day. So everyone could use some form of caffeine. So
Most
enter
definitely.
that giveaway. And we also have another giveaway. If you are watching us live right now, thank you. But please post on your story, where are you watching us? Who are you watching with? What has been your favorite part of the day? Like, we want to know. We want to know. What have you enjoyed? So please share that on your Instagram story. Be sure to mention us, and you will be entered to win that giveaway as well. So just a few notes: open to Alberta residents, senior high, and we are happy to arrange pickup, or we can ship those items to you. So yeah, just some fun giveaways to celebrate the day. Yeah, our next speaker.
I know our next speaker
Do
quite
you?
well. I have
Okay.
met him a few times.
Wow. Our very own Brian is going to be sharing a presentation with us. So I have to thank you because I know this came at 4 days prior.
Not to mention, I recorded it about less than 24 hours ago
Yeah,
as well.
the true entrepreneur
Yeah.
not throw it together, but put it together way.
Put it together quickly.
Absolutely. And we admire you for that.
Oh,
So,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Big thank you. Big shout out to you for putting that together. I'm excited for you guys to learn a little bit about marketing, which is Brian's forte here. He is kind of one of the faces behind Strong Coffee Marketing, which is where we are right now.
This is it right here. Yeah. So I'm gonna talk about marketing to different generations, and I think it's an important topic as we're talking to young entrepreneurs. Marketing to people just like you is probably pretty easy because you know all those kinds of things. So I break it down, not only talking about generation, I call it Z or Z, depending on what you want to call it, which is where a lot of people watching this would fall. And then I talk about baby boomers and some of the differences, etc., and the fact that just because you're not in the same generation as your audience shouldn't scare you. You just have to pay attention to what makes them tick and what they do, where do they get their information from, and I have a few fun examples in there as well. So yeah, I'm happy to share that video. Before we share the video, we'll throw the sponsors cards up one more time so we can thank everyone for all of their sponsorship to make this event a success.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see those sponsors once again, and we are super excited to learn from Brian.
Sounds good. Not why not. All right. Good news, bad news. The good news is I'm here to be able to do a presentation. The bad news is, unfortunately, my presentation file isn't loading correctly. Maybe because I did it at a very late hour. But regardless, I'm happy to talk a little bit about Generation Z, Generation Z, and baby boomers, and talk a little bit about generational marketing and kind of a generational marketing survival guide. So it's, as I mentioned in the intro, it's probably going to come about at some point that if you're a young entrepreneur, you're going to be marketing to people that aren't in the same generation as you are. So that's fine. Don't be scared by it. But what we really need to do is run a bit of an exercise in audience, understanding your audience and learning a little bit more about your audience. So if we stop and think a little bit about developing your target audience, when we market a product here at our agency or a service at our agency, oftentimes we're talking to a whole bunch of different target audiences. There generally isn't too many products or services that we do where it's just one target audience. So if we stop and go, okay, we need to learn a little bit more about our audience to ensure we're delivering the right message on the right platform at the right time, using the correct language, etc. That's how ultimately we're going to really hit home with our audience. So there's a couple things that we should focus on. I want to talk about them. We'll call them survival tips. The first thing is know who they are. So regardless of if you're talking to Generation Z or baby boomers, Generation X, anybody in between, we need to know more about who your audience is. So this is going to be things like their age, where they live, the kind of language that they use, where they hang out online, etc. The more we can learn about our audience, the better off we're going to be. Number two, in addition to understanding who they are, we need to know what makes them tick. And what I mean by that, when I say makes them tick, we need to learn a little bit more about what resonates with them. So for example, you might be targeting a specific audience, and based on your research, you might be aware that they are really aware of price, really price conscious. So if that's the case, what makes them tick? They want to hear things about added value, about sales, about promotions. That's what's really in it for them. Now, that doesn't mean every audience is going to be looking for the same thing, but we want to make sure that we're finding out exactly what words, what phrases, what products, what services, what resonates with our audience. And if we can find those things and we work them into our message, we have a far better chance of the audience at the other end hearing it and going, oh, that's interesting. That makes a whole lot of sense. Third thing we need to know is identifying the channels that we're going to use to market. Now, if we're looking at a Gen Z, Gen Z audience, we can look at things like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, etc. If we look at the other end, a baby boomer, for example, while they might be somewhat savvy, there's a really good chance that they're not on TikTok or Snapchat or Instagram. So we need to be aware of the channels that they use to get information, that they use to get entertainment, and making sure we have the right message on the right channel at the right time. Now, a couple of things I'll talk about with when it comes to channels. I think there's some misconceptions out there. For example, I hear all the time when we work with clients that Facebook is only for old people. And I don't really know what constitutes old to begin with, but I can tell you that we, as an agency, have worked with Facebook pages in the past for clients that have a very, very young audience. If the topic that's being discussed on the Facebook page resonates with a younger audience, they're going to find that and they're going to come and they're going to take in the content. Not to say every young person, every Gen Z is on Facebook, because that isn't necessarily the case. Maybe they were at one time and they've since shifted away. So don't rely on some of those rules that people have said over time about, only old people do this or only young people do this. Do your research and see what really matters. Another thing I would say too, when it comes to TikTok, I think for a while when TikTok was really starting out, and if I'm not mistaken, it started as Musical.ly and then eventually became TikTok. It was an extremely young audience. If you go back and look at some of the more recent data around TikTok, it's actually starting to skew slightly older. While we still get a very young demographic on TikTok, you're starting to see that age range of 35 to 44 start to become a bigger chunk of the audience. And I think partially that has to do with the kind of content that's now being shared on TikTok. It's people from those demographics getting involved on TikTok and sharing information and sharing their daily lives and sharing tips, etc. So again, don't be totally railroaded by some of those misconceptions or those things that exist out there. Do your own research and figure out. The fourth and probably the most important rule is ask. If you don't know, ask. And what I mean by that is, if you're not a baby boomer, but based on what you're seeing, you need to market to a baby boomer audience, don't make assumptions and go, oh, I think all old people, quote unquote old people, sorry to anybody in the baby boomer generation, I think they all do this because that's what my dad does, so that's what I'm going to do. Ask questions. Go talk to your grandparents, maybe your parents, an aunt, an uncle, anybody in that older demographic that is inside of that generation. Ask them where they get their news from. What kind of things are they looking for? That's a really, really important thing to do. I'll give you a really good example. So at our agency, we build a lot of websites. And what's kind of interesting when you build a website, and for the most part, it doesn't always work out this way, but for the most part, when you're building a website, the people actually building the website and designing the website are usually pretty young, because a lot of the people that are in that field are of a younger age, because websites haven't been around since the beginning of time, and people that are in that web business generally are a little bit younger. Well, what's interesting is while they're young and they're designing it to their standards and what they think is really interesting and cool, a lot of the websites we build are actually for a much older demographic. So where the problem lies is that the young person is building a content delivery system like a website that's going to be seen by an older demographic, and you're going to get that older demographic going, I don't know how to navigate this website. I can't read this website. The website doesn't make sense. The content doesn't really resonate with me. I remember when we first started building websites at Strong Coffee, I went and talked to my dad. And my dad now is in his 70s. He would have been in his 60s at the time. And I said, hey, Dad, we're launching this new website. Can you take a look at it? And the one comment I would get back over and over and over again is, I can't read it. I don't know what it says. And I'm kind of sitting there like, well, the words are right there. I don't know why you can't read it. Well, I'm looking at it from my phone and I don't know what it says. So when I dive a little bit deeper and dig a little bit deeper, I realize the font is too small. My dad's eyesight isn't like it used to be, and he's trying to read this brand new website that we just developed from his smartphone, and he's going like this because he can't read it. And other things that I noticed too were not only are the font size too small, maybe we've overlaid a font over top of a colored background. And for somebody like him, his eyes are maybe not as good as they used to be. He's looking at that content and he's going, I can't read it because I can't distinguish enough the words from the background. They don't make sense to me. So that's some of the differences we see when it comes to generations, where the young person's building the website, the older person is the one that's actually going to be reading the website, and maybe somebody in between is supplying us the content. In our case, like a client, we need to make sure everybody's on the same page so we give the best experience. So don't be afraid to ask. Ask questions, talk to people inside of that generation, inside of that demographic that you're looking to market to. Really dive deep and understand what it is that they're looking for. And if you do that, you're going to be far better off. So let's talk a little bit about some of the traits. So when we're talking about that Gen Z audience, that's an audience that from time to time, we'll get clients approach us and they'll say, hey, Strong Coffee, we're looking to go and market to a very young audience, which is cool. We don't do as much of it. Most of our brands skew towards an older audience. But what's interesting for us is we need to do a bit of a deep dive into this generational marketing, because I only have a couple people on my team that would fall into that Gen Z 24, 25 and under category. We're all a little bit older. So we need to go and do our own research. So what are some things that we've discovered over the years when it comes to this particular audience? They're tied to their smartphones. I've got multiple Gen Zers living in my house. And I know exactly what it is to be tied to your smartphone, because they carry them around nonstop unless I'm trying to text them and then magically their phone is gone somewhere. Don't understand what that's all about. That's for a different day. But they're tied to their smartphones, and that smartphone is how they're going to get all the information, and that's how they're going to communicate with their friends. So we need to be aware of that. And if we want to put a message out to this audience, we're probably going to need to do it in a way that's mobile friendly through an app or through a social media app, because that's generally how it's going to work for them. Besides being tied to their smartphone, they're also really into what we call bite-sized content. So a video, for example, if a video is 30 seconds long or 15 seconds long, more inclined to check that out than if we go and release a 5-minute video on something. That's why something like TikTok has done so well, because although you can make longer videos now, it's bite-sized content. You can just flip through over and over again and see these little snippets of people's lives or little messages from brands. That's what they've come to appreciate. And as a marketer, that's what we need to deliver to them to ensure that our message is being seen by them. They also look to celebrities and influencers for ideas around what's cool, what's trendy, etc. A good example of this is going back a few months when Tim Hortons made an arrangement with Justin Bieber to sell Timbits. So I tried Timbits. I thought they were pretty good. They're Timbits of different flavor. But what they were trying to do there is they were trying to get this younger audience interested in the products that they were selling by bringing in arguably one of the biggest influencers / celebrities in the world, being Justin Bieber, to tie his name to this product. And in preparation for this presentation, I actually went and looked at the Tim Hortons investor meeting slide deck. They had an investor meeting not that long ago, and the slide deck from it, what was really interesting is they talked about the success of Timbits, and not only the success of Timbits, the success of Timbits merchandise. And if we go back and think about that a little bit, well, where does the whole idea of merch come from? When we hear merch these days, it comes from streamers, from YouTubers that are taking that popularity that they've got on these certain channels, and they're selling their own t-shirts and their own hats and their own hoodies, etc. That's where the idea of merch came from. So it made a whole lot of sense when not only did Tim Hortons partner with Justin Bieber, they started selling merch which did extremely well too. So I definitely see where they were going with that. Another example, if we had the video up, I actually showed the video a while back. I think it was last year. Burger King came out with a video, or a commercial and a video, it was online as well, that featured the Burger King, the guy in the costume, doing TikTok dances. So what was interesting when that would appear on TV is my kids would be doing something over here. At that time, they were 12 and 10, doing something over here. They would hear that song on the TV. What do? Their heads shoot around and they're watching the TV all of a sudden because they recognize that song from TikTok. And in some cases, they literally started doing the dance without actually looking at the TV because that just triggered in their heads, hey, this is what I need to do. So that idea of celebrity and influence plays a big role. Now, for a young entrepreneur, you're not going to be able to go and get Justin Bieber to promote your lawn care business. That's not going to happen. But just keep that in mind that these Gen Zers aren't necessarily loyal to brands. They're what's new and what's different and what's cool and what's trending. So just something to keep in mind there. Maybe it's a local influencer that you can work with if that's the market that you're trying to go for. Something else to consider too, social media plays such an important role in the lives of Gen Zers. So we as marketers that don't fall into that generation, we know that. And if we're going to go and promote a brand to this particular audience, we're going through social. We're not going to go and spend a whole lot of money elsewhere. I'm not going to run an ad in the newspaper, not because newspaper ads aren't effective for certain demographics. That's not where we're going to hit this audience. So again, understanding our audience, where do they get their information from, and then making a decision on where to spend money from there. Another thing that's really come about in the past few years that I think is really important if you're marketing to this particular generation, the very young generation, is while they're not necessarily loyal to brands, they tend to gravitate towards brands that are doing good things for the environment, good things on a social level. They don't have their name attached or tied to maybe some controversial things. So when we talk about the idea of cancel culture, etc., people are very in tune in this generation about what does this brand stand for? What are some things that they've done in the past, or what are some things that they're doing now? So it's really refreshing to see that this young generation going, you know what? I like your products and services, but I also like your company. I want to promote and support companies that are doing good things. I think that's very, very important. So some takeaways there. If this is the audience we were going for, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, visually appealing content, bite-sized pieces of content, trends, etc. As a marketer, that's what I'm looking for there. Now, you might be sitting there as a young entrepreneur going, yep, I know that because I'm in that generation. Perfect. So that's what you need to think about there. Where you maybe don't have as much experience, if all of a sudden you have to market to baby boomers. And it's not a scary thing to market to a generation that you're not a part of. But again, you just need to do a little bit of homework to make sure you understand exactly what it is that you're doing before you start out. So a few things with baby boomers. So when we talk about baby boomers, these are people that were born in the mid 40s right through to the mid 60s, essentially. So think of it as, maybe parents, depending on how old you are, we could get into grandparents, et cetera, too. It depends on where you're at. But we're looking at those people that were born in that 40s to 60s range that are now approaching retirement or are now retired, depending on where they're at. Maybe let's just say you've got a lawn care business, you're a young entrepreneur, you're looking to cut grass. That's a really cool thing to do. It's really good to help out in the community. Baby boomers are probably the audience that you're going for. Gen Z, not so much, because Gen Zers in general are the people that are mowing the grass for their parents. So you want to look at those baby boomers who don't necessarily want to go out and do it for themselves. So let's just sit here and think, okay, I'm a young entrepreneur, I've got this lawn care business, and now I want to market to a generation that I'm not a part of whatsoever. What are some things I need to think about? Well, oddly enough, baby boomers are somewhat tech savvy. I'm not saying all of them walk down the street with their iPhones or their Android phones, checking a bunch of different apps and taking pictures and selfies, etc. But you would be surprised when you go and look at some research, the number of baby boomers that have a smartphone, maybe have limited functionality on their smartphone. They check their emails. They obviously use it to make phone calls. They might have 1 or 2 apps or a collection of 10 apps that they use on a regular basis. But that is something that occurs. I know, speaking from experience, my own parents both have smartphones. They are on Facebook. They totally know how to text and to send videos. They're on vacation right now in Newfoundland, and they're constantly sending me videos and pictures of random things because they know how to do that, and they know that's how they can stay connected to that younger generation, their grandparent or their grandkids or their kids. So don't automatically think that if you're marketing to baby boomers that, oh, they don't know anything about technology. No, they do. They probably don't know as much about technology as you do, but you can't completely discount that. They do still look at traditional media, so things like newspapers, radio, etc. As somebody that might be having a lawn care business, you're not going to go create a radio commercial or a TV commercial because it's just not in your budget. But something you could do is go down to Staples and create a whole bunch of flyers and drop them in people's mailboxes. That would probably really resonate with that baby boomer audience because they actually do make a point of checking their mailbox to see what's in there. And if they see a flyer that talks exactly about what services you offer and an easy way to get in touch with you, that's something they're probably going to pay attention to if they're in need of lawn care services. So again, you can't completely discount the savviness, but at the same time, know that maybe we're talking about a 50-50 split technology to non-digital methods of communication. Don't underestimate their ability to shop online as well. This was interesting. I read an article recently talking about baby boomers and their abilities and their willingness to shop online. And I think a lot of it was accelerated by COVID, because if you think at the very start of COVID for, let's call it the first 6 months, we couldn't do anything. So you know what? It kind of forced a lot of people to figure out exactly how to order something online. It gave them the confidence to put a credit card into a computer, whereas before they would be like, nope, somebody's going to steal that number if it goes into that computer. Now they're like, well, you know what? I had to do it out of necessity. I'm okay with browsing online and shopping online, or at least researching and browsing online, and then going into a store or making a phone call or an email to get a product. So the idea of having all your information for your lawn care business on a website is still a fantastic idea, because people will still find you. People across all these different generations will still find you. They're into more desktop browsing than they are mobile browsing. So most times the good news is if you make a website, it should be compatible with both a mobile device and a computer. So there shouldn't be much to worry about there. And they are more loyal to brands. Now, as a lawn care provider, somebody that's just starting out their business, they might not be as loyal to a certain lawn care person they use every year. Perhaps they are. But when you think about baby boomers, it's not uncommon for them to buy the same type of car or the same type of jeans or the same type of clothes or go to the same restaurants. Nothing wrong with that. That's just how they operate. And that's just something we need to keep in mind too. When we look at Gen Z being very much what's new, what's different, what's trending, compared to baby boomers, which are maybe a little bit more, I've used this in the past, I believe in this tried and true product, I'm going to go back to it over and over again. So something that you want to consider there as well. So some takeaways: you're obviously not in the baby boomer generation. Talk to people, learn more, talk to your parents, talk to your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, find out exactly, hey, I've got a lawn care business. If I was to market to you, what would you want to see? And you might hear, you know what, when I get a flyer in the mail, I actually read it, I pay attention to it, and if that's something that interests me, I might want to get in touch with you. I would imagine they're probably going to talk a little bit about how they communicate with brands and companies. That idea of a phone, not just picking up your phone and texting, actually dialing the numbers and talking to somebody in a phone probably is something that resonates with them a little bit more. So my advice would be, if let's say you're handing out those flyers for your lawn care business, adding a phone number on it, and then when a phone number that you don't know phones your phone, picking it up because it might be somebody interested in your business. Again, thinking about that generation, what they do, how they communicate, and making sure that you're not making them jump through a bunch of hoops like visit our website and book online. You might lose some customers in this generation because that's not what they're accustomed to. Learn about their situation, about their problems, communicate with them. If you know their problem is, I've got a lawn, but I don't want to cut it, or I'm not able to cut it anymore, let's use some of that language and some of those points in the posts that we're putting out on Facebook or social media in general, or what we're going to put on a flyer, or what we're going to talk to somebody about when they phone us. Understand what their problems are, and you want to find solutions to their problems, and you want to explain things in a way that make a lot of sense to them. Don't underestimate their ability to shop online. As I touched on earlier, maybe they want to do research online, but they're not willing to book a lawn care service online. Give everybody a variety of options to make sure you're being as generationally inclusive as you possibly can. Reduce hoops and barriers. Make it dead simple for somebody to do business with you. If you're not able to do that, you're going to lose customers, and that spans across generation to generation. And I would say something that we see fairly often when clients send us content as well, you need to speak in a language that resonates with your audience. So you might not be able to use technical terms or abbreviations, things that slang that maybe you use with your friends, because the generation, the baby boomers that you might be marketing your lawn care business to, they don't understand what you're talking about. So instead of making them sit there and go, I don't really know what you're talking about, can you be a little bit more clear? Let's make it crystal clear in the communications that we're putting out. So again, reviewing those rules overall as we look at generational marketing and a bit of a generational marketing survival guide. Know who your audience is, who they are, where they live, how old are they, how do they communicate, etc. Know what sources of media and channels that they use. So are they on social media? Do they prefer to get something in their mailbox? You know, another good example I can think of for YETI businesses in particular, if you're a maker and maybe you make jewelry, you know where you would probably sell a lot of jewelry if your audience are baby boomers, would probably be going to a local market. Now, you might sit there and go, you know what, I'd rather just sell everything online so I can go and hang out with my friends on Saturday afternoon. But if you put yourself in the shoes of your audience, they might think that going to the market on Saturday is a great way to spend a day or spend an afternoon. So if you want to sell to them, sure, you can have your stuff online, but go to where they are. Set up a table at a local market. If that's the audience that you're looking for, that's where you need to be. Understand what makes them tick. Think about those keywords, those problems that they have. How can you solve their problem? What things do they resonate with? Those are all really, really important as well. And finally, ask. Ask questions. Even if you're marketing to the same generation that you're in, ask your friends like, hey guys, do you use Snapchat? And if so, how do you use it? My kids use it, but I think all my kids do with it is use it as a bit of a text message thing, and they want to get their snap score higher, so they take pictures of the floor to continually get their snap score higher. An interesting thing that they do, I'm not into it, but again, that's not my generation. So if I was going to run a Snapchat campaign for one of our clients, the first thing I would do is go and talk to my kids and go, give me the lowdown on Snapchat. I have it on my phone, but I don't use it as much. What do you use it for? What kind of content do you appreciate on it? Would this make sense if this brand did this, yay or nay? And ask some of their friends as well. Ask and get information about things that you don't know. And if you're able to follow those 4 points, I think you're going to have a better chance of marketing to different generations and to different audience groups, instead of simply going, this is what works for me. This is what I think is interesting. I think it's going to make sense for everybody else. That's not necessarily the thing. And you want to make sure you know as much about your audience as possible before doing any marketing. So thank you very much for sticking with me here while I found out my video wasn't working. Fortunately, I had my notes here, so I could just do it all over again. The only thing that you would have missed by watching my video, I had a picture of Justin Bieber that I would have showed you. He looks exactly the same as he always has. He was holding Timbits in front of him. And again, you would have seen the Burger King doing a TikTok dance. You can find it online. He does a little dance, and he's not terribly good at it, but my kids really thought it was interesting and entertaining. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. If you do have any questions, feel free to drop me an email or get in touch with the folks in the YETI program, Community Futures, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have as well if you're watching the recorded. So with that, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We're going to come back in just a second, and we're going to go over the final rule as well, and then we'll close things out for the day.
All right. So we have some questions.
Before we go to rule 4, I saw you writing down over on the computer there. I was like, oh, maybe there's some questions. So why don't we answer those questions, then we'll go to rule 4.
Yeah, so we are lucky that we have you right here to answer these questions for us, because we had some coming in as we were listening to your presentation. So I want to say, wow, that was such an amazing presentation.
Well, thank you.
I loved the little bits you threw in about Justin Bieber and Burger King.
Again, don't have a picture of him.
I mean, it's relevant though. It's all relevant. Yeah. So awesome. I learned a lot from that. Perfect. And I know that so many other people did as well. So some of the questions that we got. So how have you witnessed marketing change in the last 10 years?
Wow, 10 years. That's a long time. So I would say in the past 10, digital is being kind of the front runner in the past 10 years. That hasn't changed a lot. There's social media channels that come and go. There's best practices that come and go. I would say that the audience has become more savvy in the past 10 or so years, partly because people are able to research and get far more information than they used to. I tell this story a lot when I present. This was outside of 10 years ago, but when the internet was really, really getting going, when we talk about like 2002, 2003, 2004, when things were really starting to take off with the internet and people were able to widely use it, I wrote a golf website. And what I would do is I worked in the golf business, and I would stand in a store all day and I would watch people hit golf clubs into a net. And what I would do is I would take the information that they would talk about, like, oh, I like this club, it feels good, or I don't like this one. I would take all that information, put it in my head. And then at night I would go and I would write on my website under an alias, so no one knew it was me. And I would say, this is what my customers are saying about this golf club. So it was kind of like I was hearing things and I was like, good news, I'm going to go put that on my website. And I did this for a number of years and no one knew it was me. And the website started to really take off to the point that we were seeing millions of people around the world. And getting back to the idea of 10 years, but this is going a bit more. As more and more people used the internet and were able to research products, they were stumbling across websites like mine. And where it really hit home about this research thing for me was I was standing in the store one day and this guy came in and he's like, do you have this particular set of golf clubs? They're from Callaway. I was like, yep, they're over here. Took them over. And I was just about to go into my sales spiel of here's what they're all about, etc. And he goes, I read a review on these online last night. And I said, oh, okay. And he started reciting my review verbatim to me, not knowing that I was the guy. So I sat there for a little bit and I was like, oh, he's totally reading my reviews and he doesn't know it's me. But that's when it really hit home with me that people are out there doing research online. And in this case, he came in to make a purchase. Online shopping wasn't as big a deal back then, but the ability to do research so customers are far more informed. That's probably the biggest thing. And even in this last 10 years where they demand more, they want to know more information, they want to know it quicker. If they leave a comment on Facebook or on Instagram, they want a response now. And that's been a little bit different. And that's harder for clients and for us to maintain too, where somebody puts a question up at 2:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday. And it's like, well, I can't live by my computer. So I would say that research angle with customers being far more educated and far more informed, and that almost on demand, I need stuff right now mentality, which is tricky. It can be kind of tricky.
Absolutely. Well, wow, that golf story was a little goosebump moment
It was
for me.
weird. Yeah, it was. I never told him either.
Wow.
He bought the set of golf clubs and I thought he just spent $2,000 on golf club because some guy on the internet said they were good and I'm some guy.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
What a story.
So there you go.
Okay, I love that. Okay.
I don't write golf club reviews anymore. So if you read them now, it's not me.
All right. So kind of going off that first question is, how did you see marketing change during COVID?
Well, first of all, people were at home way more. So they were more reliant on digital methods because that's what they were used to be able to do and get the information whenever they wanted to. So that would kind of be, I saw a bigger push towards digital. And as I mentioned in the presentation too, I think there were demographics and generations of people that would have never tried to do something online, like buy something or try skip the dishes. But all of a sudden they didn't really have a choice. And they were like, well, I might as well try this because I kind of have to, or that's the only thing I can do. So I think I saw that. So I would say from what I've seen and what we've seen in Strong Coffee, I think people became way more savvy in a really short amount of time. And now we're seeing the effects of that when we're looking to market now, where we're seeing more engagement from certain generations on social media than we'd seen before, because this became part of their thing. And now they're just going to continue to use it.
Absolutely. Yeah. It kind of like forced a shift in the generations.
100%.
Yeah.
I think on the business side, in the early days of COVID, we would get a lot of emails and questions and phone calls from businesses, because as I would go pre-COVID and harp to people when I would speak saying, you probably want to have a website at some point, you probably want to be doing something online. All of a sudden it was like, you need it right now. And there were a lot of businesses that were panicked saying, you know what, our website isn't up to speed because we just haven't had to worry about it. And now all of a sudden we have no choice. So from the business side, a lot of businesses had to get in order really, really quick.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was kind of panic mode for a lot of people.
was.
And you guys were probably had people lined up at the door.
We had people lined up at the door virtually with a lot of questions and a lot of panicked emails, which was interesting too. Talking people off of, okay.
Yes,
we can help you.
definitely. Okay, well, that kind of leads us into our second question, which you're going to be like, yeah. So is a website a worthwhile investment for Gen Zs?
Personally, I think a website is relevant for any generation and any business. Now, when we talk about websites, they don't need to be crazy fancy. And I think as Ian, who's off the side here, our project manager of Strong Coffee, can attest, we're starting to build more websites that have the functionality that you need, but not all the extra bells and whistles because you probably didn't need them to begin with. So I definitely think websites are worthwhile investments, because the one thing that a website is going to do is, if it's done well, it's going to give you a spot in Google search results. And you know what? You can bring traffic in from all these other places. Google is still the king of bringing relevant traffic to you. And if you don't have a website, it's really, really hard for people to find you. So Ian's saying something to me off the side. Oh, yeah, good point, Ian. Ian also mentioned too, and it's a very valid point as well. When you have a website, you have a place that you own to put your content. And as we've actually worked through a number of times recently with Facebook, for example, if Facebook decides, or Instagram or TikTok or anybody decides to make a change tomorrow, and you've got all your eggs in that basket, guess what? You're in trouble.
Yeah, that's actually a really great point. I had an appointment booked, and it was a home-based appointment that I was going to, and Instagram froze. Instagram just it wasn't doing anything that day, and that was my only way to contact her. So I'm like, I'm not from the city. So first of all, navigating in the city for me is not always my favorite thing to do. But then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, am I at the right place? And I'm wanting to send her a message like, hey, I'm here. Do you know what I had to do? I had to knock on the door and hope that I was at the right place. And we talked about it. And she said, you know what? I should start sending out my number or my email or any other way for my clients to get a hold of me. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, because when Instagram freezes again, we need to get a hold of people in a way that isn't Instagram. So
If a social media platform goes down for an afternoon, think about your own business. If, let's say, a social media channel goes down for a day, how much does that affect your business? And if the answer is 100%, you probably want to change some things up. I know during COVID, I've never had more requests to help people set up their Google business listings. People didn't even think about them. A lot of them just got set up over time, but didn't even think about them. But all of a sudden it was like that one spot on Google. If somebody Googled your business, it would show up nice and high. All of a sudden businesses were like, I got to have that because it's got my phone number. It's got my website. That's really important. So yeah, you know what, for anybody, I think a website, and whether it's even just a simple Squarespace website, a Wix website, you want to go a little bit more like a WordPress website. It doesn't need to be crazy and fancy. We've done a lot of using MailChimp. MailChimp has a website builder. You can build a 2 or 3 pager there. It's got your information on it. Somebody can find you. They contact you. It doesn't take a lot of time or a lot of money. So 100% I would have a website.
So true. Yeah, no, great point. Social media can be unpredictable, unfortunately. So, and
you know what? I mean, just look in recent times too, Elon Musk talking about buying Twitter. If your business was hinged on Twitter right now, what's that going to look like?
True. Good points. Okay. So another question we got in, what's the best way to learn about your audience if they aren't in your immediate circle? I'm assuming meaning maybe a different generation that you aren't familiar with.
There's all sorts of really good research online. So whether it's talking to like a local business advisor, somebody earlier, we were talking about economic development officers, they might have some data around who lives in your neck of the woods. We've used, for example, like the Business Link in the past. We've used all sorts of different government websites that have some really good insights. But you know what? If you just simply type in baby boomer audience insights, you're going to get countless blog posts and papers that just talk about this is who they are. This is what they're all about. So the research is there. I think even with the presentation, I'm just trying to encourage people. The information's out there, even if you can't talk to somebody, but know who you're talking to before you start marketing, and don't market to yourself, market to your audience.
Absolutely. So true. Okay. Love that. Okay. Our next question. So will Gen Z, do you think, ever like taking phone calls as they maybe mature, or are they always going to prefer texting?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a hard road to sow there. I think I'm curious to see that too, but it's how are they raised, right? And I mean, this is a question for everybody watching too, but if you don't use your phone for phone calls right now, and as you get older, businesses that are being started or now managed by people in your generation who didn't really use the phone either, in 10 years, what's it going to look like? Are people going to be using their phone to talk? I can call my 13-year-old daughter right now. If I could pull my phone up right now and call her, I don't even know if she knows how to answer it. I can text her and she'll respond back right away. But I'm curious to see that too. But I think understanding, when we talked about that phone calls, understanding that if you're marketing to baby boomers, they've used the phone for a big chunk of their life. You need to make sure that you're accessible by phone, because that's how they get in touch with people.
Absolutely, yeah. And as a Gen Z business owner myself, my advice is do not be afraid of the phone.
No,
Like-
it's fine. You can talk to people. It's great.
If that can, turn into maybe 2 or 3 leads or sales for you, don't be scared of that option.
No, and it's readily available. We all have them. We might not use the phone side of a phone a whole lot, but no, that you're right. And you know what? A weird number calls, but it's a local number. Pick it up. It might be your next customer.
Absolutely, totally, yes. All right, so one of our last questions is, what got you into marketing?
Part of it had to do with that story I told about the idea that I was doing stuff online and I could influence people's decisions. I thought that was really, really interesting. So that's kind of where I started thinking. But I went to school, didn't take marketing because I didn't like analytics and stats, which is ironic because I do analytics and stats now. But I've always been fascinated by, if I do this, it can convince people or get people to do this. I think that's pretty cool and pretty interesting. And now that you can do so much online, that really interests me a lot, where you're using a lot of the same marketing principles that you would have taken a long time ago in school or learned wherever. But now it's more immediate. Like, what if I did this right now? What would happen? What would people do? How would they react? And I think that's kind of the most interesting thing for me, is achieving results, but understanding that if I change something or do something, it can mean changes over here. So I think that's what's really, really interesting and fun.
Absolutely. So if you're sitting here right now, whether you're live or watching the replay, and you're like, I don't know a thing about marketing and this really scares me, there are some really great resources out there. And there are people like Brian's team who can help with, getting to know a little bit more about marketing. Or maybe you hop on YouTube for a day and you watch some videos on Marketing 101.
Marketing 101. And you know what? You mentioned Memorial High earlier too. That business class pre-COVID came to our office every year and would come in for a visit. So hope to see them back.
Yes.
They need to bring me a new hoodie. I have a Memorial hoodie I wear everywhere. It's been a few years.
Absolutely, yeah. So don't let this scare you. Just like don't let phone calls scare you. There are some things that you can learn in time, and they're not things that might come naturally to you, but we can figure that out along the way. So I wanted to end this portion. Thank you, if I didn't say that already. We had a pizza delivery come through the door, and then the pizza went away, and we were in person live again.
But is there pizza here still?
It is still
okay,
here.
Good. Thought I missed the pizza by having to do my live.
So thank you again for pivoting. I feel like pivot should be like our word for these events. Yeah. Pivot, yeah.
It's live, and as you mentioned off the start, it can be very unpredictable, especially when you do a live that's like 6 or 8 hours.
Absolutely.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So I want you to share your advice for a future YETI student. What's your advice on getting started with their business?
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to fail. Do a little bit of research to figure out what are the problems that you can solve for somebody, but at the same time, you want to get into something that you're going to enjoy. Like if I didn't enjoy marketing, I wouldn't still be here. I'd probably go do something else, because as we talked about earlier, you'll put in some long hours, and if you're not fully invested in something, it's going to be really hard. But don't be afraid to fail, and give something a try. And you know what? If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. And if it does work, it might be an amazing opportunity for you. And always ask questions, talk to people. Earlier, talking about mentors and mentorships, etc. Find somebody that knows what they're doing or they've done that. Pick their brain, ask questions. There's lots of people out there that are willing to maybe pick up the phone and have a call with you if you use the phone, and just spend a few minutes talking to you and answering your questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that. Well, thank you once again. We are going to go into
We'll talk a little bit about we'll show our sponsors one last time.
Why don't we show the love to those
And then
sponsors?
we're going to go to rule number 4, and then we'll chat about rule number 4.
Sounds good.
Rule 4. Seat belts. Listen, if you think this is gonna be an easy journey, if you think it's all gonna work, if you think nothing hard's really gonna happen and you're gonna feel like you wanna cry, buckle up. You're gonna need a seatbelt. Have things set up. Actually, you know what I'm just gonna say? Be sober and know it is absolutely going to be a tough journey. Do not come into this thinking it's gonna work easy. In fact, you will lose if that's what you think. But if you come in here being like, I think it's gonna be gnarly, like these weird, gnarly dying treat. If you come in thinking it's something like that, it will go better because it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be bumpy, but you will make it through and you will not die, but you can rise another day. Seatbelts.
Wow.
I was just mentioning to you that those rules are great. The way you shot them, correct?
I did shoot them.
They were, and he really got into it. And I appreciate that it wasn't just standing near trees. It was like, let's get in the trees and really get in there. That was from some good advice.
Yes, he said, I will stand in the tree.
Wow.
Yes. So shout out to Ben once again. That was our last rule. It looks like we're a little bit out of focus, but that is okay.
Whoa. Pretty close.
That's okay. The end of the day knew we needed a little bit of.
Yeah. You know what? Here's how you do it. Like, whoa.
There we go, the YouTube style. Okay, so that was rule number 4, and that was our last rule.
Talking about seatbelts, correct?
Seatbelts.
Buckle up.
Buckle up. Like Ben said, buckle
Yeah.
up. Yeah. So, not gonna always be an easy ride.
No, and you know what? There's days where it's like, why am I doing this? And but you know what? That's part of the deal. If you become an entrepreneur, it's no one has ever said, I've never heard anybody say, oh, I started a business and it was super easy. It's just not the way it works. So it's fine. You know what? Buckle up and enjoy the ride because it is a fun ride. There are some days where it's like, this is too much. You know, we talked about COVID, the early days of COVID as an entrepreneur, that was buckle up there because you don't know where's your next client check going to come from. I don't know. What's the world going to look like in a month? Oh,
But look at you.
I'm still here.
You made it.
We all made it. Congrats,
Yes.
everyone.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Bittersweet. Bittersweet because that pretty much brings us to the end of our day.
It is. It's been an eventful day when we talk about buckle up. Ran into some hiccups along the way, but you know what? We fixed them and we persevered.
We buckled up.
We buckled up. We made it to the end of the day.
I think we crossed out a little bit of everything today. So look at us.
Yeah, it was like we wanted to relive the rules. So that's what we did in real time for all of you to see.
Yes, this was just a social experiment. So
Yeah.
thank you so much, everyone, for taking part in it.
Yes.
All right. So I don't even have the words to say. I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined live, everyone who's watching this on the replay. A huge, huge, huge thank you to our team at Strong Coffee Marketing. And I kind of want everyone to just maybe come together here if we can.
Everyone come in. Come and gather, everyone. Gather.
It truly takes a team, and we're about to see that team.
One more, two more. There we are.
All right. Although we cannot see the comments right now, I'm sure you're all applauding us.
I
I'm
think
sure
they probably
you're
are.
telling
I
us
think-
how
yeah.
good of a job we did. But thank you to everyone here. We pulled the day off. There were some bumps in the road, but we did it. So thank you to Strong Coffee Marketing so much for helping us with this once again. Just working with us as we had some technical issues.
Yeah, technical issues.
And thank you to both of you for being
Yes.
along the ride. Yeah. So I don't know. Does anyone else have any closing comments?
I would say thank you to all the sponsors. We'll run their logos one more time as we're heading out here. So definitely thank you to all of them. Thank you to you that are watching. yeah, enjoy this entrepreneurship. Give it a go. It's
Totally.
worth it.
Totally. So reminder, applications are on our website until Monday, which is June 6th. So get those applications filled out. You can do those just by downloading the PDF and filling it out there. Email it back to us. We're so excited to see everybody's great business ideas. So grade 10s to 12 in Leduc County, Parkland County, and Brazeau County are open to apply. Can't wait to see them all. Something I did forget to mention, which thank you, Sue, for reminding me, is that new this year is eligibility for the opportunity of earning high school credits for the program. So that is something that we can discuss further if you have any questions, but that's set up between you and your school. So high school credits while learning about entrepreneurship.
I wish I could have done that going to high school.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Okay. Well, we will read the comments before we end the live in case we're missing anything. But we'll throw up our sponsors once again because we're so grateful for them. But we're also grateful for you guys for being here. So thank you so much.
Hit the sponsors, Ian.